Hmm. Why is chat not working? Uh, oh, now it's working. It's so fucking slow. Uh, hmm. Wait, what? What? That's weird. Um, what are we doing here? Doom, doom, doom. Why are you making noises when you should not be making noises? What is this called? Simple node. Weird. Hey, how are you, Tinker? Oh, virtualized space. Don't show that again. I actually have a beer today. Wilhelm. Let's see if I can find it for you. You're doing great, that's good. I have this one here. I haven't had a beer in months, so I thought, why not have one today? I have never heard about this one before. It was on sale. So it's organic Danish special brewed beer. So now that I just got my plot work done this week, and it's, besides a little bit of high cholesterol, it's perfect. So I'm like, why not? why not? why not celebrate that with, you know, a beer? And I need to, of course, to lose weight, but other than having a little bit high cholesterol, everything is just perfect. So yeah, I've always been like, I've always had good plot work. I don't know why that is. But my plot work has always been quite good, no matter what my weight is. So I must have some caveman plot or something like that. I don't know. See if I can open it with a knife without breaking my hand. I could do that. That tastes like almost any other IPA. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Plot is fine. It must be the Viking plot that we have. It's not as heavy as I thought it would be. It is like any other normal beer. IPA. Nothing special. They had a lot of Svenske beer, but I got almost all of those. I tasted most of those. And then they had some Belgian beer. I'm a little bit tired of that. When I say tired, is that it's the, you know, it's things that I normally buy. So I'm like, why not try and buy some stuff that I normally would not buy? I just did an update from my phone, so just give me a second here. Yeah, I do like Danish strong beer. This tastes like a, elephant beer, basically. Just not, just like a milder, less alcohol tasty elephant. and less dark tasting, but still kind of like that. Like a mix between Guinness and a Carlsberg. I'm probably getting fucking bossed by one beer. Well, how much is in it? Is it like a... Oh, it's a half liter. Yeah, I'm definitely getting bossed. Oh. Just have to respond to someone here. I like most beers, to be honest. Oh, I think I had one of those. Yeah. Yeah, I had one of those. I actually think I had it on a stream. Yeah, I had one of those Wilmose, yeah. Yeah. I kind of like that one. I can't... I think I got the porter, but I'm not sure. Like, I can't remember it, to be honest. I just remember the name. I'm getting tracked into Instagram now. That's not a good idea. There you go. Oh, what is Discord telling me? Nothing? Luckily enough, that was a quick update. Normally it takes forever. Oh, I got a new toy. So I can really go mental with the... What are they dropping on the floor upstairs all the time? And did I... Hitting their fucking heads. It's a little bit finicky because it's in a virtual machine. But I can now draw on the screen. So when I make videos, I can now... It's a little bit difficult to do when I have a microphone on top of the tablet. But now I can do stuff like this. I can draw penises. I thought I would start to use this when I'm doing tutorials and stuff like that. That you can like highlight shit here. Make boobies. Yeah, it's actually really cheap. This is just the first free software I found. There's probably better software out there to use. See if I can find some better software. But right now, this is good. Quite good. It's called G-Ink. So I don't know if it's like GNOME or something like that are using it. But yeah, you can do a lot of crazy shit with it. There's some of them you pay like $10 for that has a lot of features in, so I may look into those. This one here is just like a free version. But I kind of like it. And then now it's... because I'm in a virtual machine, you can see I can mess around with stuff up here, but because in a virtual machine it's not moving the cursor also. So it's a little bit irritating. But it's quite nifty. It's like a 30 or 40 bucks tablet. Drawing tablet. What are they saying here? E5 goal. Jesper Lambert. Have you done anything interesting? Hey, Wilson. Wacom. It's one of these suckers here. It's actually this one here. They have an updated version, but this is like the cheapest one you can get right now. I just want to see if it's something I want to utilize before I spend a lot of money on it. But it's when you do thumbnails and stuff like that, it's really good when you're doing like taking out backgrounds and stuff like that, because you can be more precise with it. You have a bamboo. I heard about those, yeah. Yeah, I heard a lot of good reviews about this brand. That's why I bought it. And this one here, you get it like for, like I said, 40 bucks or so, 50 bucks. It's almost like nothing. Okay, so the older version of mine. Yeah, they have a new one that's Bluetooth built into it also. This one here requires like a wired connection. I don't know why it says driver. Probably because I search that way. Is it the icon is up here, like the turn on icon. See if they want to show that to me. Yeah, this is the new version of it. I have the Gen 1. This is the Gen 2. Yeah. I thought about buying it, but the first gen was on sale, so I got the first gen instead. But they are not that much more expensive. If I'm going to upgrade, I'm probably going with one of their either this one here, Intuos. I'm probably going with one of these here because they can also, take tilt and stuff like that. They're just a little bit better, these guys here. Yeah, it's well supported on Linux, yeah. Yeah, I think if I'm going to upgrade, I'll buy one of these here. Maybe a next level up, because these guys here, even these here are not that expensive. They're actually quite cheap also, for what they are. I may even go with the next gen here, this one here. No, that's the one I have. Where's the new one? Maybe even this one here, the Pro version, is not that expensive. Iron. I never heard about those. I may go for one of these. Yeah, I may go for one of these. But the one I have, like, for what I'm going, just going... No, the Intuos is more expensive than the ones. The Welcome one are the entry level. So, these here are the cheapest. Oh, that's display, sorry. These here are the cheapest. These here are the cheapest. Then this is the next, and this is the most expensive. Yeah, okay, if you get the ones on screen, yeah, but I don't want the screen. I'm talking about these here. These here. So this is the one I have. This is the new version. But I think I think this is good enough for me. I don't know. I like that I don't need a battery for the pen. And this is the updated version. These ones here. The screen ones here gets a little bit peppery. They get a little bit expensive. They also get a new pen. But I think you can buy that pen separately and use with the old pads also. With the one I have. Like this pen should work with the one I have also. I got like 5. No, how many nips did I get? I have three extra nibbies with it. So I want to see how long they last. But if I'm going to upgrade, I'm going to with either this one here, like probably this one, or this one. I may even go up to this one here, the Pro version. I'm actually thinking about going up with if I'm going to upgrade, I probably am going up because it can detect tilt and stuff like that also. Yeah, I've seen the plastic what the fuck it's called, protection thingy that they have. And it should give you a more paper-like feel and stuff like that. The only thing I don't like is the pen. If the nib is loose in the pen, you can move the nib a little bit in the pen. And I don't like that because it gives you a little bit of slack before you start to, if you change direction. So you can move it like 1 millimeter up and down and around. So it's not, it's not steady. It has some wiggle room to it. The nibby here, the nib up here. At least on the pen I have. I don't know if that's been if that's been corrected with the newer version of the pen. So if you're getting this one here with this pen here, I don't know if they have if they fixed that. I may even buy this bamboo ink here. I don't know if that's fixed with that, But I think this only works on the ones with display on it. I don't know. Yeah, it takes batteries, so it probably does. Yeah, I think if I'm going to upgrade, I'm probably going with this one here. And then maybe the mid-size or big size. But yeah, I do like to draw. It's really, I find it super relaxing to just doodle and stuff like that. I do that a lot on notepads. Most of my notepads has really few notes in them. It's just me, making weird ass fucking shapes and stuff like that while I'm listening to music or watching YouTube. And I'm probably going with one of these here because they're not super expensive. I don't need it with a screen. That's if you're super into it. But what I like about this one here is it's not that fucking big. You know, I can put it almost in one of my back pockets and carry it around. But I think it could be good, like I said, when I'm doing videos, so I can draw on the screen and show what I'm talking about. That's my idea anyway. And have like a paint where I then can draw what I'm talking about, like use it, you know. I'm also using Microsoft Whiteboard, testing that out. So when I'm making videos, the talking head videos, I can have like Microsoft Whiteboard on the side, and then if I'm, you know, I can use like drawing something on a blackboard or whiteboard, you know, if you're explaining something, use it like that also, instead of just having a picture up. And then if I need to show a web page, I can just, you know, transition over to a web browser. Yeah. I think I remember that now that you are mentioning it. Yeah. Create new project. No, that's not what I want. Clone a repository, that's what I want. Oh, there you go. Hey, Google. Stop. Google Assistant just fucked up. I don't know what it did. All of this is for work. I can't show any of that. I can show that one. I'm making a conky for Windows. I just need to get some more statistics into it. Then I want maybe CPU and RAM usage, and then I want a weather app. And then I want it to be, I have it on my second screen down here in the corner. And I want it to be almost as long as my second screen on the corner, just with information. The only thing that's an issue is that, or not an issue, but it's not meant to be moved around, because every second it updates, it lags, because the whole program and UI refreshes every second, because I'm not using threading. I'm just using a time taker, basically, to do everything in. So that means that the whole UI stops every second for like a millisecond when it's updating. But this is meant to just be static on, like here. And then you're not meant to move it around and stuff like that. So it's not necessary to use parallel threads, basically. You know, parallel programming. No, it's not necessary, because it's just meant to be static on the page or on the side on the screen. The easiest way is to just make a thread, and then I am using threading, but that's because the time is in the threading scope. But what you can do is just have, like, you know, threads, and then have like the window run in one thread and the updating in another thread, so you don't. They're basically running independently. But if it's just meant to be a static thing you don't touch. You open it and move it to where you want it on the page, and then you don't touch it at all. So the issue with it stopping when you're moving it around is basically pointless to do the threading thing with it. Because I could just do like dispatch a thread and start a thread when the window start with all the logic going in one thread and the window in another one. That's what you normally would do. To not have the everything stop when it's doing something. That's basically also what you do with like stuff like this here, like a process bar that's running in a process or thread by itself while it's doing other things, so else it has to wait for everything to finish before it can do something else. But again, if it's just going to be a static element that you're not moving around, it's not that big of an issue. Right now it's not picking anything up from the network because I'm not doing much. I don't know if I can cheat it a little bit. Also, I don't know if it's reading the right network here. Yoink. And it's reading megabytes per second because that's the only thing I care about. Oh yeah, it's reading something now. So it's taking the default network. And it's doing it... Where is it doing it? Here. Network interface. Here. So basically put all your networks into a list or array and then 0 is the default network. Because I have had trouble with it. I need to put... I need to make a counter. Every time it goes down, it has to make a count. Because I have problems with my ISP. And I want to see how many times the network goes out during like a week or something like that. So, and you can use network info, this here. And then you basically just look for operating status. This one here. That's telling you if it's up or down. And then every time you can then put in like a else if statement or switch or something like that and say if it's down, if this is down, and it either gives you up or down. So if it's down, add 1 to the number. If it's up, don't do anything. So every time it goes down, it just adds like add 1 to the current number that you have. So I'm thinking about implementing that at some point. You can also move the... that's another thing you can also code in where, like... So, when you start it up, you can code in where it starts up. So right now it's just random. But you can code in, like for example, let's say every time you start the program, you want it to be up here. You can code that into VPF, WBPF, or Sender, or something like that. And I'm thinking about doing that and then just removing the tool window. This bar up here. So it's just this black box here. Not task manager, because you cannot manage any task. And more like think Congi. You know, Congi like under Linux. More like an information panel. You know, no, something like this here, for example. Like, I think you know what Congi is under Linux. You know, stuff like this here. It's just information. Basically, it's just an information panel that I'm making. I can't do anything. You can't do anything with it other than just look at information. So basically, this here is kind of what I want to make. Maybe not all of this information. I don't want all of this. I want weather information. I want CPU and RAM usage. I think that's it. And I don't need every individual CPU. I just want the overall CPU usage, I think. But most is just because when I game. So, this is a perfect example to use my tool. Perfect example to use my tool. So when I game this whole window here. So I have two monitors. Oh. Something is wrong here. So imagine this is my monitor 1. Oh, I'm really bad at drawing. Wow, I need to really learn that. This is my monitor 1. Everything in here is the full screen. And then I have a secondary monitor up here. Wow, this is fucking bad. I'm usually drawing on an angle, that's why. Then I want it down here on the secondary monitor. That's where I want all the information. So this here is where I have the game in full screen. Oh god. The stupidity never stops with Linux users. That's basically what I'm going for. It's like I have one monitor, then I have the secondary monitor. It's a little bit hard to see. And then I have it down here, where you can't see it. And this one here up here is the game. Because I don't have taskbar on both monitors. So this taskbar here is only on my main monitor because I feel it takes up too much space on my secondary monitor. So this one here is going on the bottom corner on the second monitor. So that would be, if this was the second monitor, that would be over here. And then I wanted to fill up the whole space down here, basically. But mine is tilted, so my second monitor is like this. So I want this one here to take up this whole part here. So you have the clock over here, you have network information, then you maybe have some CPU information, and then you may have some weather. So when on my main monitor, I have the game on. Yep, exactly, something like a information dock, yeah. So this here will have more information. So right now I have, I need to make a new color. Let's take red. So right now I have like network. I have network information here, and I have the dates and the clock. So over here could be like, I will extend it with a box with, let's say, CPU information, and then maybe a box with weather information. So this box here will fill this whole place here. On my secondary screen. And then just only providing information and not, I don't need to interact with it or anything like that. And right now this here is in megabytes per second. Because that's the only thing I care about. I don't care so much about bytes and stuff like that. So that's basically what I want to do. I want this one here to fill this whole part of my second screen. But yeah, you can do. I do have power choice down here enabled, but you can hard code the position. So up here, in this section up here, you can hard code the position of this program here. So you just put in, I think it's like Windows position or something like that. So you can say you want it top left, then it's going to come up here, or you want it top right, or sorry, top right or top left, or you want it center, or you want it lower left, or you want it mid left. You can code that in that section up here, in this XML. Basically, this is basically the properties, or some of the properties of this window here, what it does. So you can see here, I have a min height, I have a min width, max height. And that basically, so I can't move it. You again, that's really easy. Up here, you can do all ways on top. You can hard code that into the program, so it will always stay on top. There's no need to use third-party app. Everything all the things you want to do with the fancy tools or fancy zones, you can code into the application. So there's no need to use it. You do all of that up here, in this section up here. So you just designate the place you want it. Where do you want it on the screen? And then you put in always on top, code-wise up here. I can't remember what the code is, but you can look that up. Just do VPF and then all ways on top. Bad writing. You just Google this here. VPF always on top, and it will tell you what you need to type in up here somewhere. You see here, it sets the title here. That's the title we have down here. You have to remember this. As little extra tools you need, the better. So if you can do it within the program itself, should always be the preferred way of doing stuff. Because then you're not reliant on third-party tools. What if Fancy Zones is being taken out and never being developed again, and you make a program that is heavily depending on Fancy Zones? Then you're kind of lost. Does the C# quit configurations easier to set up than C#? This is how you do quit in C#. I actually have a nested quit here. So you make the quit, and then you do quit column definition and row definition. Quit row definition. Every time you need a new column, you just put one of these in here. Every time you need a new row, you just put another one of these in here. Then you go down. This is a stack pattern, but let's say a label. Do I have anything here? A label here. Then you just do quit.column, and what column? It always starts with a 0, so that's column 0. Quit.row 0, so that's basically column 1, row 1. So that will see, it will be up here. Disregard these here, but that would be, this is column 0, this is row 0. That's what I'm saying here. This label is going to be in column 1, in row 0. It's that easy. And then you can make you can say that that's what I've done down here. I netted a quit into column 1, so that's over here. And row 0, so here I have a quit in of itself. Here I have another quit. And then you can put another quit in here if you want. And you can nest quits into itself, into itself, into itself. VPF is heavily XML based. It's nothing but XML. So if you understand XML, you understand quit, or you understand VPF. Think about if you here's another way of thinking about it. If you can make a HTML page, then you can do this here. This is VPF, but how you do it in HTML is almost identical to how you do this down here. Instead of labels, we have tables, you have buttons in HTML and stuff like that. But VPF is based on XML. That's what they use for their styling. They use XML for their styling. All of this here is XML that VPF uses as a styling sheet. So VPF reads this up here. And this up here tells VPF how this here looks. And if you see here, window X class, this is the name of the file. Then you have some standards here that we're going out from. Then we have the title with blah, 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 blah. This is here where you can also, where you want it and stuff like that. And then it uses a not stock standard, but this is basically just C# code that handles the window. This is the windows, this is the namespace, this is the name of the project. Here you start to make your class, and then you initialize the windows. All of this here is not by default. I can make an empty VPF. Move away, there you go. So if you go in here to, and you do need to use Visual Studio, but it's free and it don't cost you anything. We make a new one. We create a new project. You go into C#, Windows, and we want desktop. And then you do VPF application. You click next. You call it test boobs. And I recommend always using the long-term .NET release, the current long-term, because if you use the non-long-term release, there's so many updates coming to it that what works today may not work tomorrow. This is a stock standard VPF format, and here's the XML file, XAML file, XAML, and you can see they already started the quit for you down here. This is the stock standard one, and then you can go, and this is the C#, not that one, this one here. It's the C# associated file with it. So these two here talks with each other. This one is everything virtual. Everything that has to do with the UI. This is how they talk with each other in the back end. And here's the beautiful thing. If you are under Linux and you're doing Qt applications, they work exactly the same way. They work the same like this here. This here could then just be Python, C++, Java, or whatever you want. And then the Qt library, we use this XAML or XAML on top of it as a styling sheet, basically. It is kind of metadata. XAML is used for almost anything. Think of it as a template. It's a template. You know, this here, XAML, this just tells VPF what to do. That's how you should look at it. XML tells VPF what to do. Where this file here tells C# what to do. And this here is the XML file, so that would be something like this here. So if you just think about them as instructions or templates or guides or whatever you want, it becomes a little bit easier in your head. But XML is being used for a lot of fucking shit. I think even some people use it for databases. If you go in here and you look up, probably better to do that here. You know, it's a markup language. It's kind of explaining everything. Extendable application markup languages is a declarative XML-based language developed by Microsoft, blah, 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 but a lot of people use. Like I said, Qt uses it. I think you can even get TTK is compatible with it. It's yeah. It's yeah, you can also use it for databases. Yeah, you can use it for a lot of things. The same with JSON. JSON can be used for all kind of thing, you know. Most used JSON can be output for if you're doing like if you take the output from a face recognition, for example, if you do like why can't I what is it called? They have like a test where you can do this. Where is it? It's called something portal. Oh, okay. I'm already drunk. Oh, that's training it. But yeah, if you take like let's do this face. So if you put face into a AI, for example, let's take this face here. It will say this is like 95% of woman. It can output that data into a JSON file. For example, say it's 99% sure this is a woman with black hair. It's 90% sure or 92% sure this is eyes. It's 85% sure this is red lipstick. All of that can be done, outputted into a JSON file containing all that data. But you can also use JSON files as config files. You can also use them as databases. They can be used for a lot of things. They can be used for a lot of things. And it's the same with XML and XAML, basically. a lot of things can be used for a lot of things, basically. It just sucks I can't remember what that cognitive vision. It's called Azure AI. They have like a test page. Is it this one here? Nope. Custom vision? Nope. Oh, wait, here. No, try for 3. That's not what I want. So all of this data you see here, it outputs into an XML file. Here it is. Yeah, so you can see it can output it into a JSON file. Where is it? There is like a try it somewhere. I can actually show you. No, that's not. Oh wait, this is this one here. Let's just do that one. So let's take like factory. No, that's not what I want. This one here could, for example, be what I want. And then it can now put it into a JSON file. So it gives you the box, the angle, the page number, the word, the U, binding box. This is the coordinations of it. This is how confident it is that this is a U. This is also JSON. It's kind of crazy that you can use a lot of things for a lot of things. It would be so fucking more convenient that JSON was only databases, XML or XAML was only style sheets, or CSS was only style sheets for every programming language. You know, it would be so much more easier. But people are lazy and they want to do everything with everything they know. So just because. So if someone knows JSON, they want everything to be done in JSON. If someone knows Java, they want everything to yeah, they have tutorials and everything like that also. Everything you want to do here, like, you can go into... like, if you go in here, where is it? They also have videos about it if you want to go in here. They have also image analysis, vision SDK, overview, but you have to be subscribed to get all of these fucking things. Like, you have to subscribe to, you have to have a Azure account. And you get, like, I think it's 500 requests for free a month or something like that, or 200. And then you pay per 1,000, I think it is. Like, I would recommend going with something called openCV. OpenCV Tesselback can do all of this. Like, if we go in here and we do, oh, that's not what I want. If you make a new one here. Create a new project. Console. Let's do .NET Framework. Oh, let's see. What's the... I can't remember which one of these is the best ones to do. Yeah, it's this one here. So you go in here to the package manager. Doink. We go in on the browse. Because all of this you can test without having to pay anything for it. And then you just type opencvs. So we have opencv sharp. So we need opencv sharp for Windows. We need openCV Sharp extensions. We need openCV Sharp runtime. Apply. Oh, did I uninstall it? Yeah, I think I uninstalled it. So we need openCV Sharp. What do I have installed here? OpenCV Sharp Windows runtime Win extensions. This just gives you a lot of extra libraries to work with. You can also, if you want to do like a VPF, you need VPF extension. And then if you just want to do text, you go with Iron OCR. Oh, there's a R in there. There you go. This is a paid. You have to pay for this. But if you are just... Yeah, it is. If you're just testing it, like you're not publishing or building your project, you can use this Iron OCR for free. And it's so fucking simple. So if you go in here to... And we go into code examples. Like they have one line of code. This is how you extract from an image. This one here will probably be what you need. This is like the basics of what you need. And we need to be using Iron. Why don't we have Iron OCR? Am I doing it wrong? It's because it's with the big one. Why the fuck is it not... Did I not install it? Why the fuck can I not find it then? Why is this not working? Am I missing something? What? Yeah, probably. Yeah, but that should not be the case, though. It could be it's acting up. I could try that. It's never done that before, though. Well, apparently that's what it needed. That's really fucking strange. Nope, it's still not doing it. It's something about the assembly. What are you telling us? The type of namespace Iron OCR could not be fine. Oh, well. It could be that they have... changed it. No. Invoke. So they have found OpenCV sharp. No. Dependencies. There's an issue here. Packages. Oh, there's an issue here. Update. No, I used it like an hour ago. Let's try and remove it. Maybe I clicked a little bit. Yeah, it didn't give me all of this. Yeah, I think I clicked the wrong thing, man. Yeah, now it's working. Yeah, I think I clicked too fast. And then we can just find, I think I have an image we can test out in my downloads document here. So let's find an image here. So let's go uplifting quotes. For woman, yeah, why not? Strength. So let's take this one here should be easy to find, but let's take one that's it may fox up a little bit. So this one here could be a bad one. This one here is definitely a bad one. This one here is an easy one. Open image, a new tab. Save. Call that one. Why do I need to screenshot it? Where are we? This one here. Copy path. And it's fuck. You can also do it via what you call it, HTML links. As doing the double quotes there, we don't need those. There you go. Now we can run it. Then we can compare it. It's not formatted, but it's exactly what it's saying here. What is the other one? So let's see if we can find that one. It's called images. Let's see how well it does with this one here. Well, it actually found it. Oh, if you want to fuck it up, you just find a picture. Like, it's kind of good. But let's say you do. Where's my where is it? Oh. So if you do something like this one here could probably be an issue. This one here could be an issue. Like if the hue or the color gamut is too close to each other, it can be an issue. So we take this one. So this is not that bad. This here could be a little bit of an issue. It may read this. We can try and see. This is like a Bible picture, I think. So we can see if it can read that one. Oh. The file does not exist. Really? Ah, it's a web. Oh, that's why. Fuck it then. Yeah, it was saved in the wrong extension, yeah. I don't know if it can read. No, it cannot read the web extension. But let's just take one we know. One. So let's say you have issue reading it. They have different filters you can use. So you can do like OCR input. It helps if I actually can spell OCR input. And then you can do dots. And this is all of the filters you can put in here. So you can do binaries. So it will turn everything into black and white. That can help with bad pictures. You can also do contrast. You can do denoise. This is one that's used quite a lot. So now it will take all away every noise from the picture. OCR input dot. These. Oh shit! It's hard to type when you can't see your keyboard because you have a microphone in the way. So D-screw, that's if it's like crooked, you know, like it's if tilting one way or the other. There's so many filters in here. You can also compare pictures with each other to see if they're equal. You can invert it. So white becomes black, black becomes white. You can remove a page, you can save it. There are so many things you can do in here to help you. Denoise and binaries is the two biggest one that people probably use. These two here. Because denoise, if you're taking a picture with your phone or something like that, it will take away glares, light effects and stuff like that. This one here just basically makes it take away. It's not looking at colors. It's only looking at black and white. So it's making everything black and white, which is really easy for OCR to use. Either if it's test or any OCR components or program has a way they can read this way better than it can read this. when the colors is really difficult for OCRs to recognize. It wants black and white. So a lot of people, when they do text recognition, they take a picture like this and then they automatically make it into black and white. So they will probably say blue to black. They will have like a string that makes blue to black or something like that. So the background would be black because OCR can way better distinguish between black and white than it can between colors of each other. Even white on any color or black on any color. Another one that you can do is like do OCR input dot target DPI, and this specific tool here works best with 255 to 300 DPI. So if this tool finds this here is low resolution, like it's really low resolution, it will automatically scale it to see if it can get a bigger picture. That's basically what you set here with the DPI. How far up is maximum? Because sometimes it can scale up too much and it can't read anything. So let's say, so it basically goes from this to this. But then it can do this sometimes and it can't read anything. So what this does is it say, okay, maximum this or this. And this is the where it works the best. But this should have no influx on it. It should still just be reading it. Oh, actually, now we have an issue here. It didn't find. Yeah, so it didn't find this part here. So we could out comment this one here and see if that's the issue. Nope, that's not the issue. Maybe this is the issue. This is how bad AI are, by the way. Oh, yep, that was the issue. Bionize was the issue. So because this is already black and white, it has an issue doing. Basically, it makes sense. It has issue converting it to black and white because it's already black and white. And here's another thing. If you run this 10 times, you may get different outputs. 10 different outputs. Because AI, like, I hate the power people put into AI. It's really stupid. Because it's just guessing. Neural networks, AI, they are guessing. They just have to guess right quite often. But it's all based on guessworks. In the end. What was it? I want to show that you can use this for other thing than testing. So this is my project. So if I go into bindebug.net, I think this is the application. Now it won't work. And it's because must be licensed for deployment. So if you are using Iron OCR, you have to pay if you want to use it outside of a development suite. They only allow you to use it for free as long as you're testing. And it is quite expensive. And they are actually going to amp up the prices here to November. But it is one of the best. This is one of the best OCR libraries out there. Like, it's one of the best. Tesla use it, NASA use it. There's so many people that use it, but it is pricey. Where's the licenses here? Like, this is what you have to pay for. If you're a hobbyist at home and you want to make a program and give it out for free, this is probably the one that you're going for. But remember here, after a year, you have to pay $250 a year for support. Here you pay it once, and that's it. But you can't redistribute it. So if you make this program, let's say I built this program, I can't put it on GitHub and say, here, use it. I have to pay them. So if I want to redistribute it or sell it, This is if I want to sell it. This is what you have to pay. It's quite expensive. But then again, this is nothing for a company. Most companies, this is what they spend on, not even a support license. A support license for Red Hat or something like that is in the tens of thousands of dollars for a Linux server. Things cost money when we are talking business world or corporate world. But this, especially, this works only with C#, by the way. If you're under Python and stuff like that, you can use openCV and use Tesseract 5, but you have to do so much manual coding. So this here, just doing this under Tesseract. So let's do Tesseract 5 OCR denoise. Oh, they are also using Iron OCR. Yeah. Demoise. Here. Where is it? I think it's this here. I think this here is denoising. Like, you have to do all of these thresholds and stuff like that. That's what Iron OCR does. It takes away all of these manual things that you have to do. This is basically what you have to do to some degree denoise a picture. Or you just do this here. That's what you pay for. Yeah, but not if you have my boss. So my boss is willing to pay money for stuff if the money is... Let me put it this way. If a streamer can afford it, he's willing to pay for it. And I have had the debate about that some things cost money and you can't get it for cheap. And I'm about to have the same conversation with him soon again, because we are running into limitations with some of the stuff that I use because he didn't want to pay enough money for a lens, for example. No, everything with AI is guessing. Everything with AI is guessing. You're giving it an input. So you're asking the AI, what is this? Or maybe I should use my pen and paper again. So you're going up and asking the AI, what is this? What is this here? Then the AI is basically because AI works on reinforced, positive reinforcement. So they have trained a network to know that this is a 5. So when it comes to characters, this is just a picture for OCR, but it knows that this, if it looks like this, that's more likely a 5. And the closer this is to the fonts that it's been trained on, the closer this is to the fonts it's been trained on. So you can see here, like, this is one font. You see 2. Do we have 2? We have 4. So here, this is how 4 looks like in this font. This is how 4 looks like in this font. So depending on what font the OCR tool you're using is trained on, it knows that if it looks a little bit like this, it's probably a 4. You know, it will probably say that this is probably a 4. There's a high chance this is a 4, but it don't know what 4 is. You know what 4 is. You know that 4 is a number that we use in calculus and math and science and stuff like that. OCR don't understand that. It has no concept of what it is. It just knows that these pixels put together in this way is probably the easiest way to say it. Pixels put together in this way is more than likely a character in an alphabet that is 4. It don't know that what 4 is. Then you need some other tools that know that this is a 4, it's an integer, that you can do that in code up here. You can tell it that it's a 4, it's an integer. You know, because they will more than likely just put this out as a string. This is probably just a string. This is just a string it puts out. So it puts 4 out as a string. As a string. That's probably what OCR does. Then you need to convert that into an int before you can do math with it. And then you can do like 4 times 4 equals something. OCR don't know this. It just knows that this is part of a trained library or font library. We don't, but I don't think he has any problem with someone working for free. I am basically working for free. Like, yeah, I don't think they have any issue with... If you want to work for free, I'm sure... I can ask him Monday, but I'm sure he will say yes. And then you and I and him can have a talk about what you want to do. I am sure they want you to work for free. Everyone wants free work. If someone comes up to you and say, oh, do you want to work for free? I think they will say yes. It's... No, because... You cannot, even with Iron OCR, you can't... Iron OCR is not based on... If the developer get paid for that job. The licenses for OCR or Iron OCR is based on what you do with the code. Is the code one project? It could be 10,000, or in this case there was only one developer, but if they don't say how many developers, but if a lot of licenses is per project, so how many projects is this code being used in? And if it's only been used in one project, it costs one thing. It's been used in 5 projects, it costs something else. Okay, are you going to use it internally or not? If you're going to use it internally, you're probably getting a discount. If you're going to redistribute it, sell it and stuff like that, they want royalties and blah, 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 blah. So they do a really good job of making sure that you can't cheap out on licenses. So you can make something for free and give it to me, for example, and I can use it as in let's say I have a company. For you, that could be free, but the second I start to use it in my company, I still have to pay a license, even if you made it, because a lot of the licenses they don't care about who's making it. It's where are you using it. That's why we have, for personal use, for commercial use and stuff like that into licenses. A lot of music can be used if you're not monetizing your videos, because then you're not using it in a commercial way. That's basically what this up here also is with Iron OCR or other software or most software licenses for libraries is: are you using it in a commercial way or in a non-commercial way? Because $2,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. That's the issue. So a lot of people, and this is, I'm not talking about my boss right now, but I'm talking about people in general. They are like, if this is like $0, let's say up to a certain amount, depending on the person, but let's say 1,000. This is no issue. It's okay. Yeah, buy whatever the fuck you want. But if you go over 1,000, you know, they're like, oh my god. So if it's like 1,500, that should be a 5, that one there. So 1,005, now they're starting to bitch and moan. But we all know that you can spend $100 on something, and you can do that 10 times. Then you get $1,000. But people don't see that as $1,000 because they're just paying $100 at the time. And that is like the human psychology I've noticed with a lot of bosses, is that they are willing to spend $100 10 times versus giving what people actually are asking for that cost them $1,000 one time. They are willing to spend $100 20 times over a year instead of just buying them something that costs $1,000 one time. Because this here looks like a lot of money. This here don't look like a lot of money. But in the end, if you do it 20 times, this here is more expensive than this one up here. So again, if you're talking about OCR here, let me redo the screen here. So if you're talking about OCR, how this picture comes out is really important. So if you're doing OCR out of pictures, you can use like a $10 webcam, or you can use $1,000 purposely built recording device that can read thousands of these in a second, where this up here can read 5 in a second if you're lucky, because it has to autofocus, auto balance, all of that shit takes so long with a $10 camera versus a $1,000 camera. Oh, sorry. This is what you have to explain to a lot of bosses, why there is a difference between this and this. Because, well, they both take, let's say, pictures. This here could be like a cam you buy at a local shop, hobby shop. This here could be a DSLR, for example, with a really, really good exposure and big lens that can take a lot of light in. The shutter speed is amazing. It takes like 1,000 pictures in a minute. This up here can take 5 pictures in a minute because it has to stabilize and blah, 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 blah. So this up here makes this piss poor, that makes the software run really bad. So if you are going to do OCR, one of the most important thing is the camera or lens. Whatever is taking the picture. This here is this is way more important than licenses and what have you not. This is where everything falls short. So it pays to buy something like this if you're taking pictures and doing OCR versus this. This is one of the things I'm dealing with right now. So I'm using I think it's like a $100 webcam right now. And if I want to take a picture of something, when I put it down and the camera is looking at a field and I put it into the field, it takes about 10 seconds. Let me refresh this all again. So take about 10 seconds per item. Because it has to focus, white balancing, exposure. Because if you put it on fixed exposure and stuff, it don't work. I have tried it. But if you get like a $1,000 purposely built OCR cam, they are out there. It could take 1 second. Or 2. And it will look like this instead of this here. That's really hard to explain to someone that has to buy it for you. There are professional, purposely built industry cams that works with label recognition, document recognition, and stuff like that. They are not commercially sold. There are commercially sold, specifically built OCR cams, but a webcam is just as good as they are. But if you want high speed, high precision lenses or cameras for text recognition, they are only sold in the private, or not private, but commercial sector, and they cost a lot of money. But they can also read an item that goes past them really fast. You know, it's just like dang, 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 dang. A webcam or a commercially sold DSLR cannot do that. It would be like... The speed, the shutter speed, the exposure, the size of the lens are just not there. Yeah, you can do it with your mobile phone. You can do it with a crappy webcam as a hobby. As a hobby, exactly. It's the same for slow motion and stuff like that. Like if you're just doing it for, if you're just doing like we're doing over here, you know. If you're just doing stuff like this here for fun, a crappy old phone that's 10 years old is way good enough. The second is if you're putting it into an industrial environment. You know, lighting can be fucked up even if you have lighting or you have your own lighting around it. You have people running around, you have dust, you have all kind of crazy shit that you have to deal with now. And that's why lenses and stuff that is being used in industrial places cost so much money. Because they are built to work in those environments. Like, again, if you're using a webcam, that's not dust-proof, for example. I've tried with phones, everything. Like, yeah, I did a test yesterday. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, I did a test yesterday. Where I took my iPhone 14 Pro and did a text extraction versus the software I built with a webcam. They were identical. 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 The software I built with a webcam is as good at text extraction as the top of the line. I also tried it with my Samsung Galaxy S series. And the webcam I used in the same condition was as good as top of the line mobile phones. But if I had a $4,000 webcam, or not webcam, but industry camera, or a $1,000 purposely built text recognition camera, it would be way better. Because they can handle noise better. They have built-in firmware to denoise and handle all of these crazy things. Let me put it this way. Try and take your phone up by a car that drives past you and see if you can take a picture of its number plate and extract the text. Try see if you can do that. Let's just say it's driving past in a school zone. That's the difference between what people do in the industry and what we do out here. You don't need much dust, because if you go into a factory floor, it's automatically more dusty than your house is. Because you're in big, it's probably more than likely one big warehouse, one big building. And there's probably a lot of stored shelf shit standing around and stuff like that. Industry places are just more dusty by default. Have you ever opened up a computer that came from a production floor or something like that? They have like dust bunnies on the size of a fucking cola can. Webcams and mobile phones are great in controlled environments, like offices. If you're outside taking a picture, like of a dove or a bear or something like that. Again, like I say, that there is a lot of misconceptions. Money. Everything is about money. You know that. Everything is about... I don't argue. It's just that... Some people... Let me put it this way. Some people want a Lambo, but they want it for the price of a Volkswagen Beetle. They want the Lambo and everything it can do, but for the price of a Beetle. Because the cheaper it is for them to make, the more money they can make. And the big issue here is not the commercial or licenses. It's actually the hardware. Because you could go in and do Tesseract, for example. Like, you don't need Iron OCR to do this. You can just do it with stock standard Tesseract and spend the time modifying the software. But you can only do so much with the quality of the picture. And I reached that limitation. And I need to make a case for that. Because the thing I found first cost about $300. And I think that would have done a perfect job for what we need, but that was too expensive. Or not. He started to look weird in the face when I asked for I think it was $300 or $500. Probably a $500 equipment. He started to look a little bit weird in his face. Because again, some people have this thing that, like I said, they want a Lambo for a Beetle price. Or they want they really want a Bang of Olufsen top of the line 16,000 inch TV with all of the latest technologies. But they don't want the brand, they don't want the quality, or they want the quality and they want the brand recognition, but they want it in a Chinese knockoff thing. And then you can't understand why it's not as good as the thing that costs 3 times as much. And I've noticed a lot of bosses, they think that if we can make it cheaper, it's better. Well, sometimes you go into physical limitations. And especially with something that has to do with the camera equipment, you get what you pay for. Another thing with OCR is that if you don't have a really, really good source, reliability become an issue. So try and take your phone and take pictures take pictures and copy the text from the picture. Do that 10 times, and you will probably see it's not the same all the time. And that is because your webcam, or not your webcam, but your mobile phone cam, and the software is not built to be that reliable. That's why there are specifically built equipment for doing these kind of things. The sad reality is they cost a shit ton of money. Reliability become another issue because let's say you instead of having a person typing in, let's say, because you can actually get this, so let's do like a PDF. Iron OCR can do this PDF thing, by the way, also. So let's say we have this here. Instead of having a person typing this in by themselves, let's say this was a physical document and not a PDF. This is a physical document. You could do it in two ways. You could have a person sitting and typing it in by themselves, which takes a long time. There can be a lot of arrows and blah, 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 blah. Or you can use something like OCR to take a picture of the document and then just extracting the text. That can also lead to a lot of issues and inconsistencies and errors and stuff like that. So the better quality you take this, or the source material is, the better this is doing it, basically. But it don't matter if you can do it faster with software if the software is as unreliable as the human, because then you have to go back and redo it all the time. So just because it did it perfectly one time, it was really fast. Okay, how accurate is it with 1,000 documents, for example? Is it more accurate than if a person type in 5,000 documents? Because if it's really inaccurate, then a person has to go back and redo all those 1,000 documents. That's something you also have to think about, the reliability of it. And when you want reliability, you pay. Because then the source material that you get needs to be reliable. Yeah. They're using it for the captions. They want like find sidewalks to when you're logging into a site or something like that, and just to make sure you're not a robot, find all cars in this picture. What you are doing there, you are training AI and neural networks. You are helping them train AI and neural networks. And they do. It's the same thing when you see those. Type the numbers, you get that caption. Type the numbers and letters you see in front of you. You're training an OCR. You become the validation. And again, I fucking hate I hate how much people love AI at the moment, because people expect too much out of it. Like I said before, if we're going in here and doing my good old right on the screen thing that I'm starting to love so much, when you see 6G benefits, you know exactly what this means. An AI, Lamer, an AI and neural network has no idea what this is, but it can probably output 6G and blah, blah, blah. It has no idea what this means. It has no concept or context about what this means. It has no idea what benefits means. That's when you then get a dictionary put into it in the back end via coding and stuff like that. But a lot of people, they expect that if an OCR tool reads all of this, then you can say to the OI tool, What is this here, and why is it here, and what do you mean by this? Oh, give me 6G all over the place and 5G. OCR can't do that. They don't understand that. You can train the OCR up to identify 6G more accurately by using this font here, and train the AI or the neural network up to recognize this font. AKA, it becomes more accurate at finding a 5 and a G. But it has no idea what a 5 is. For it, it's just, okay, a picture like this equals something like this. It has no idea what this is or this is. It just knows that it's been trained enough that it knows if something look kind of like this, they expect me to give them this. That's like the simplest way of looking at what it's doing. So if you're telling an AI make a picture of virtualized space eating ice. It knows what ice is, and it has a picture, or it knows that, let's say, this here could be an ice cone. So it knows that this here is associated with this here, because it's been learned that, it's been trained on that. It don't know what this is. It don't know what this. It just knows that if this here is in the string or in the query, we kind of want something like this here. They can have different versions of ice. And it knows that we want a pic. Oh, that's probably a picture, so we want it in a picture format. And virtual space, if it knew what virtual space, if they knew how he looked like, well, then it could take his face and put into a picture, and it knows that eating means putting this into a mouth. So it will like, okay, we need something that has ice cream in it. And this person here is eating it, or a person is eating it. So this needs to be put in a close proximity of this. That's to the extent that it understands it. It's all, or not all, but it's highly dependent on. It also depends on what kind of neural network you're using and stuff like that. But a lot of them that's out there, it's just guessing. What if I said ice cream here? What if ice creams was a euphemism for Coke? You know, like, what if this was Coke instead? It was a slang from Coke. So I wanted to see if virtual space or virtualized space was sniffing Coke or eating Coke. But I was using a street slang word called ice, or ice cream for Coke. I could call it the white ice cream. Well, the AI will be like, well, 9 out of 10 times when they say white ice cream, they want, like, let's say a soft ice or an ice cream that's white in their face. But what I really want, white ice cream, is the code word on the street for Coke. It don't understand that. You have to train it to understand that. That if this with this, with this, with this, with this, with this, with this means, oh, if all of these things here are put together and then say white ice, we really mean Coke. So it has to take all of these into basically like the combinations of words, basically. This is something we all do in our brain, by the way, when we are talking. That's why sarcasm sometimes can be really hard to detect for a lot of people, because they don't understand that if you look at the combination of word, aka a sentence, and how it's structured, this could be meant sarcastically. Because they're taking shortcuts and they're just seeing the last part, or recognizing or listening to the last part. It's like someone watching a video and they're making a comment on YouTube, and they only watched either the first 10 minutes out of a 1 hour video or the last 10 minutes. They are missing everything in between here. That's what a lot of people do, but if you understand everything in between here, you will know that the last 10 minutes was sarcastic or joke. But because you don't have the context here, you don't understand that. And again, that's also what AI is doing. It don't understand context unless you're giving it specifically. You need to be like it's so fucking weird. It's so funny with AI. I love this shit. That, let's say an A or a, these are both A's, but it could probably see this here as a 10th instead of an A because this is another font. This is font 1, this is font 2. So if it's not been trained on font 1 to be like this equals A, so we have to train the AI to understand that this equal A or A. It won't recognize this here. But we do because we, in our brain, know that the basic structure of a capitalized A is basically 3 lines. But we also understand that it doesn't matter where this line is. It could be here, it could be here, it could be here, it could be here. So, it could look like this here. Or it could be looking like this here. We will still, in a string of letters, we will still recognize this as an A, this as an A, but an AI won't. Hey, Marble. Because AIs are really literally, they really need to understand every iteration of an A. You have to have told it before that this is how an A can look like. So you have to have told it before that this line here can change quite a bit. If it was here, for example, it would probably still say it's an A. If it was up here, it would probably still say it was an A. It is not that stupid. But the difference between this and this, it would be like, or this and this, it would probably not understand it. We then have to teach it that. That's how stupid AI and neural networks actually are. So it was like if you as a human, every time you see a new font, you had to relearn the alphabet and relearn to write and type. Writing and typing is the same, and speaking. So if you were using Comic Sans, or you were doing, what is it, what are you calling this here? These kind of things here. I can't even do it. How do we do it? Stuff like this. Cursive, there you go, thank you. You have to train the neural network to know that this is cursive and this is not cursive. We know that because we can look at correlation. We can understand the context of when it's done in. Like if someone do this with letters and words, it's probably cursive. But we have to train it like that. So if someone, like if this document here was done like this with a cursive font that it has not been trained on, it could probably not read, or only read half of it, where we could read everything. I'm really like, a lot of people do a lot of fucking amazing shit with AI. We do a lot of amazing shit at the work I work at with AI, or try to do it anyway. OCR right now, but other AI things in the future. I've been thinking about doing something with comparison of items and stuff like that to find differences in items, and using a neural network, a Siamese neural network to do that. It's called something, most people just call it a Siamese network. So it's comparing A to B, and then it's pointing out what the difference between A and B is, and if there is a too big difference, that means that something has changed with B. And it do that, it runs A through a neural network, and it runs B through a neural network, and then the probabilities of them being, you get what I'm talking about here. It's maybe something else. And that could be really good for like returns, damaged packaging, changing a component in a computer. take a picture of your computer with one graphic card in it, and then you take a picture of a computer with another graphic card in it. It could be longer. And then this Siamese network can see, oh yeah, something changed. This is not the same identical computer anymore, because this was the graphic card before. This is the graphic card after. Will be 2. It's thicker and it's longer. You could do that with comparisons networks. That's something I want. I'm thinking about maybe doing something, like I said, like if you get something returned that is in quote damaged, you can say, okay, we have a picture of it before. How is it looking now that we're getting it as a damaged return? And then you can see, well, according to the new networks, they're exactly the same. No label has been removed, no bolts have been removed, no dents in it and stuff. You get what I'm coming at here. So that will speed up the process of returns, for example. So if you have a record, this is when you sold it, and then you're getting it back and there's like a big fucking scratch on it. It will see, oh, there's a scratch here, there was not a scratch here. It can detect that way faster than you can with your human eyes. It looks like boobs right now, by the way. So those kind of simple things you can do with AI. But if you want an AI to understand what's going on here and have it interact in a way that we humans does with it, it needs to actually have an IQ. And an AI don't have an IQ. It's not intelligent. There's also a great debate out there that's been going on for decades about AI, because you can make AI predict. Predict. Or you can just write everything in code. And then make it look like the AI is predicting it. Like it's organic, but everything is hard-coded. So it's hard-coding versus non-hard coding, basically. So that means that if you say hey to an AI, you can have that trained in 10,000 different ways of responding, or you can make every fucking response that you know to, hey, hard code that into the code of the quote-unquote AI. And then it can just randomly pick one of those. So it could be like, okay, if it's a male, you have 10,000 options. If it's a girl, you have another 10,000 options. If it's that high, if it looks like an older person, you have another 10,000 options. So this like hard-coded into it. And then it just basically, look at it like a lot of else-if statements. If human that is this height, look like this, use these 10,000. Else, if human have boobies, long hair, use one of the other 10,000 and just randomly pick one. Some will call that the illusion of AI. Or you can train the AI to what is acceptable to say, they put weights onto what we like it to respond with, and then it just picks those responses. And again, this is what you do in your brain. When you go up to a human, and you see, okay, when you go up to your mom, you already know it's mom. So you know how to respond. Because I see mom, I see what she's doing, I can see her mood and all of that fucking shit. I know how to respond. It's not mom. This is nothing more than else-if statements in your brain. If mom, make this response. Not mom, do this response. So if I go up to mom, I see that's my mom. I have all of these billions of responses I can do. If I go up to Becky, she's not my mom. I still have another billion acceptable responses. And then you can be, you put weight, okay, if it's mom, that's how you train a new network. Okay, if it's mom, you put more weight or more importance on these here. So the AI know that if it's mom that has these looks characteristics and stuff like that, these responses are more appropriate, so to speak, than these down here. But if it's not mom, these becomes more appropriate. Then you put more weight on not mom responses. I am highly simplifying and missing a shit ton out here, but you get the idea. And it's really... Let me put it this way. If I can understand, to some degree not understand, but if I can get an idea about what AI is in under a year, it's not that fucking difficult. It's not that clever. Because I'm not that smart. If everyone can do AI, it's not that smart. It's not that advanced. AI is really good for object recognition, but not object understanding, if you ask me. AI is, again, in my humble opinion, is not amazing at... what was it? I'm already drunk now. It's good at yes and no, but it's not good at nuances. So an AI would be like, is Linux the best? That's a really nuanced question with a lot of questions that need to be answered to get the right answer. What an AI is good at is 1 plus 2 equals 4. Is this correct? That's what it's good at. Just imagine yourself, if someone asks you, is Linux the best? Also, this should have been a B, not a D. Is Linux the best? You, in your head, is asking yourself 10,000 questions if you're not a Linux fanboy that's been sucked in by the Free Software Foundation and sucking with the Stallman's cock. You'll be thinking a lot of questions. Who is the person you're talking to? What are they doing? What are their interests? What are they using? How old are they? Where are they in the world? How much money do they have? Am I even willing to talk to them? Do they look like a rapist? Do they look like someone that's going to yank my penis off? Do they, all of these X, Y's, and all of these things is going into your head before you even answer the question. All of that is missing from an AI. And that's why, in my opinion, I don't think AI as artificial intelligence. Because here's how I look at intelligence. You need to be able to learn without instructions. Let's call that instructions. How do you learn to walk? Nobody is telling you to stand up, tighten your core, put one leg in front of the other. You look at other people and you imitate them. You try to imitate them. That's how we learn a lot of things, and AI can't do that. A lot of the things, the way we learn is by looking, imitating, and understanding context. So if I go up to Tinker and say, you fucking idiot, and I can mean that in an endearing, friendly, loving way as a friend. For an AI, it's the same as if I hated him. It will look at it like I'm insulting him right now. But we have learned, observed, and seen the many, many ways that you can call someone an idiot in. AKA that we have the context. You do know, that's why a lot of people say context matter. Use that to AI. AI don't understand context. The day you can learn AI to understand context, And it can learn by itself without you doing anything. I will say it's somewhat intelligent. Like a mouse can learn, a rat can learn without you doing much to it. And AI, you kind of have to force feed with neural networks that's pre-trained, pre-learned. You know, it's like putting a memory card in that already have all the answers. And someday when Elon Musk's new, what is it called? The thing you plugs into he wants to plug into the cyber, what is it called? Is he calling it new? What is he calling it? That thing he wants to plug into your brain, and then you can just upload, like the Matrix, you can just upload everything. Until that day comes, yeah, we have a massive advantages. New link, there you go, thank you. That was an okay beer. I'm never going to buy that one again. Yeah, I wish people would stop this whole AI fucking shit, to be honest. Like, you can do a lot of amazing things with it. It's great for industries, it's great for cars and stuff like that, but ChatGPT is fucking useless. Like, it's like, I'm not saying that it's a bad technology, it's fucking smart and brilliantly made and stuff like that. But like I said, it still needs the fucking context. If you look at Bing, what Bing, again, highly simplified, but you can do this yourself. When you ask Bing Chat for something, it's basically just searching the internet for the most approved answers and putting them together in a smart way. Really simplified. So if you ask Bing Chat how to do Hello World in Python, it just basically searches the internet or a database of what is the most answered questions or answers to that question. So it looks at what are humans telling other humans that are asking for that and putting those responses into a more clever way via AI, putting sentences together. It didn't come up with it by itself. The AI didn't learn Python programming. It's basically look what Bing Chat is. Bing Chat is a Linux fan. Bing Chat is a Linux fan. Because Bing Chat is just regurgitating everything everyone else is saying. Yeah, but Bing... There's other way better translation tools out there than Google Translate. That's not an AI, by the way. You just need to know where they are. Like, Bing Chat just regurgitate what someone else has told it. Just like a Linux fan or a Free Software Foundation fanboy. Because they're just regurgitating everything Richard Stallman is telling them to say. They don't think for themselves. Bing Chat is really good as a translator also. I use it for translating quite a bit. What is it called? Grammarly. Grammarly is amazing as it's for stuff like that also. But anyway... And to some extent, an OCR, a text recognition software, is just regurgitating what it's been learned to say. It's been learned that this is a you, so it's just regurgitating that that's a you. Yeah, but it's not that clever. Again, it's just making decisions. It's looking at what did you ask me? What is the most appropriate answer to the sentence you just gave me, and then it's putting it out there. You can do that with a lot of else-if statements. Or swap statements. If someone say something that contains these words in these orders. Here are, let's say, 10 different ways to conduct a sentence that means that the comma needs to be here and there, or I need to use this word instead of that word to emphasize something. Like, it will be a really elaborate and really long else if statement, but it's not, it's not undoable. Again, that like I said, that's why some people, like, there's this state debate about the illusion of AI, like with predetermined answers where it's just an algorithm. I think they call it algorithm AI now. I'm thinking about it, but you're looking more like at it as an algorithm versus something that's really intelligent. Like, I hope that makes sense, and it's. Another way of looking at things here is that if we take AI out, if we forget about AI for a bit here, you don't learn by someone else doing it for you. Like looking stuff, like if you can't remember how to do a variable, or what the fuck is the right way to do, how the fuck do I change the size of this window in TK insert? That's okay, don't get me wrong. Like, if you need to have things, you look things up on the internet, they are not doing it for you, just querying for specific information that you've forgotten. But as a lot of people are using AI for nowadays, or ChatGPT, is write me this essay, write me this program. If you need to do that, that's wrong. You should not do that. Let's say you're speaking a lot in another language, and the only way you can communicate in that language is having ChatGPT translating for you. It's better that you actually learn that language, because you're probably fucking up more times than you know. If you need ChatGPT to program for you, you are not a programmer. You are an operator. You are a ChatGPT operator. Just like if you were driving a car, or operating a CNC machine at work, or operating a buffer at work to buffer the floor, you are not a programmer. ChatGPT is. You just tell it what to do. You are an operator. And that's the scary thing I've seen the last 6 months to a year, is that people are flocking to AI to do all the work for them, and they have no idea what it does. And then they call themselves X, Y, and Z, and I understand X, Y, and Z. Well, if you do that, you will understand the fundamentals and do most of the work without any help yourself. I'm dyslexic. I need spelling correction. But I understand my native language. I understand Danish. I can read and write it without any help. I'm just not good at writing it. But I can read it and understand it without any help. But if you need help to do or if you need something to do it for you, you don't understand it. It's that simple. And I know I'm pissing off a shit ton of people right now, because they want to say, ChatGPT made me this interview paper, or this paper for school, and I'm so fucking brilliant. No. ChatGPT is brilliant. You're just a fucking stupid person that pushed the button, basically. That's all. You are the stupid one. If you need ChatGPT to write an essay for you, you are the stupid one. If you need ChatGPT to put in a CV for a work application, you are the stupid one that should not have that work anyway. I'm so sorry to say it, but that's the truth. I would be pissed if I hired someone because of a resume that ChatGPT have made for them. Because if that's their approach to get a job, Who the fuck is going to tell you how much they're going to do at work and how much they actually can fucking do that work? Because if they need ChatGPT to write a somewhat coherent resume, everyone can fucking do that with no training. Like, your IQ is like the bottom of the fucking bottom. Because then it's so simple to make it. Like, okay, I can see how should the layout of a resume be? What is the best layout from a resume? I can see asking ChatGPT that. Or how many words should I be using? Or what is the average word count in a good resume? I can see using ChatGPT for that. But make it write it? Again, if I was a boss and I found out that my employee got a job because a AI made the fucking resume, I would be pissed. Because then they're going to use that AI or that tool for everything else in their life. Then I might as well just hire a ChatGPT then. Because that's the one I hired. You know, it's what the one putting in the resume. It's and another thing is that, luckily enough, because you have like person-to-person interviews, a lot of people actually get kicked out because they figure out that what is in the resume don't translate into their real knowledge. So, AKA, either they are lying or someone else, like a AI, wrote that resume for them because they actually don't fucking understand what they're saying. But I'm just like, I don't understand why people need to do. Well, they are lazy as fuck, that's why. But if you regard yourself as a fucking enlightened, intelligent person and you are not doing anything manually, you may need to reevaluate your fucking life situation. Like, you need to reevaluate your fucking answer or life. Just like the the picture Marble sent in my Discord about someone bitching about Windows and not having permission and playing Windows. I don't know what's happening with the human race, but people just seem to get fucking stupid. Like, I watched Idiocracy the other day. I watched Idiocracy the other day, and fucking hell, it's like looking at everyone on the internet. Oh, electrolytes, good for you. You know, it's like, go watch Idiocracy. And then go and think about Reddit, YouTube comments, Twitter, Facebook, and you'll be like, if that's your DevOps guys, fire them. You can get a teenager that know more about that than they do, apparently. Like, fire their fucking asses. You know why you can do it under Linux? Because they have not locked Linux down for you. It's probably also because they don't really want you to use Linux, so they're not thought about locking Linux down for you. Oh, I need to drink that beer away, that taste of beer. Oh god, I'm like, I have a t-shirt. I bought a t-shirt I use for work once in a while that says, I'm allergic to stupid people. Or stupidity or something like that. And I'm like, every time I wear that fucking shirt, I'm like, oh, I wish the whole internet could see me right now. It's amazing how fucking low society have fucking fallen, man. Oh, he's built a new one here. I need to see that one. I'm fucking hell. It just look at Bethesda. They can't even fucking make a quest line that's worthwhile anymore. Like, Starfield is the biggest joke I've seen in decades, man. How can someone defend I don't get how someone can defend Starfield. It's the most unfinished, broken piece of shit. It's worse than fucking Cyberpunk when it got released. At least Cyberpunk had like a good story where we didn't have 3 fucking or 5 people talking over each other while you were having a conversation. The most thing they did was T-pose in front of you. Oh god. And then the defense. Oh, just wait till the mods fix the game. Yeah. Like, $1 billion company cannot make a game until the modding community fixes it. Maybe you are not that fucking smart at developing games then. I'm just putting it out there. Maybe the developers of Bethesda are like low-tier assholes that just get a lot of money thrown at them. Like, I'm physically massaging my forehead right now because I'm that frustrated. That in 2023, Skyrim came out in a better fucking state and more coherent than Starfield did. I'm like, okay. And we are like putting Bethesda up there as one of the most brilliant fucking storytellers of all time and developers of all time, and they managed to make a game that is worse than Fallout 4 and 76, and you are talking to one person that stands in the corner of the room, and then your companion is just running in front of you and talking to you, while the girl behind you mopping the floor is talking to you, and they are looking all over the place, and you're getting tracked left, right, and center because they're trying to talk. Yeah, 10 out of 10 fucking gaming development right there, man. It's like, mwah, perfect. Not to talk about all the driver issues and crashes and unoptimized. Like, this is how stupid Scott. What is the name? What is his name? Todd. What is his name? This dude here. Yeah. The reason why Skyrim don't work well on today's PCs is because it's a next gen PC game. We made it to run on next gen hardware. Next gen hardware is not out there yet, for fuck's sake. How, like, it's the same defense they did with Vista. It's meant to be run on the next gen computers, by the way. You know, we all know what happened with Vista. It's the stupidest excuse for putting out shit. I'm ranting, like I'm getting angry now. I'm like, yeah. I know, my friend. I know. I just gotta. What the fuck happened here? What is going on with Instagram? Oh, I need to respond to a friend here. some simp was fucking up a friend. Anyway, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, damn! I didn't know Intel graphic cards had that many fucking simps. I got yelled at for that video. They were not liking that at all. Like, at fucking all. It was just one excuse after one excuse. Hey, dude, if you need to make excuses, that means that something is bad, something is wrong here, man. If you need to make excuses to explain something, or make something look better, there's something wrong. Oh yeah, they bought it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's what I tell all these fucking Linux fanboys. Also, it's like, if you have to make excuses for Linux, it's probably not that fucking great, because you don't have to make excuses then. If it's a great product, you don't have to make excuses for why it sucks, or why people have issues, because they won't. Oh, it's because of this, it's because of that. Oh, we're getting our first F-35s now. That only took way too fucking long. Get out with those fucking F-16s. I hear the F-16s being sent to Ukraine from Denmark now. Yeah, it's like, every time someone is making excuse, it's like, oh yeah, he's only hitting me like every Friday, I'm just getting a beating every Friday. Monday to Friday, I get a lot of sex and cake, and it's okay. And then he's beating me every Friday. That's the... Yeah, every time I hear a Linux user making excuses for why Linux is the state it is, I'm thinking about an abused spouse. Or someone in a cult. But mostly an abused spouse. I'm like, are you all in an abusive relationship with Linux? What's going on here? Like... Why do you need to make excuses? If Linux has an issue and it sucks, it's just how it is. You can't fucking get out of it. No excuses. And here's the thing. The only person an excuse is serving for is yourself. It's yourself. Excuses is only meant to serve yourself. I can't use excuses for any... I can maybe use them to understand something, but they don't mean anything other than that. They give me an understanding, but that's all they do. If you're making, oh, I was so fucking angry at work, so I had to fucking slap you in the face. You just pushed me out of over the edge. I can't. Yeah, I now know why you slapped me in the face, and I can kind of understand it. But you still slapped me in the fucking face. But it makes you feel better because you made an excuse. Excuses are self-serving. That's all they are. They are self-serving. And yes, they give people context, they give people understanding, but in the end, excuses are self-serving. It's not owning up to things. Not... Of course. Ask ChatGPT about that. Ooh, that looks nice. What is that? That's actually really cool. Oh, I've seen this one here. It's actually really interesting. Make a Mac Mini on the go. Oh, he's... Oh, that's that OS thingy. Oh, that's a fucking old laptop. This Dankpots, he makes some good videos. Yeah, that's try and talk to someone that's been in an abusive relationship. They say the exact same thing. Oh, I haven't seen his car channel. Let me put it another way. If you feel the need to make an excuse about something, that means that it's bad, and more than 9 out of 10 times should not be tolerated. If there is a need to excuse something, it's because it's a bad thing. Okay? You only make excuses for bad things. If it's not a bad thing, you don't need to make an excuse for it. Like I have, like if I see people making a lot of excuses, I lose all respect for them. I'm going to be honest here. I can't take them seriously because they are basically just shifting ownership and playing away from themselves. Like if someone was like, "Yeah, I slapped you in the face. I had a fucking bad day. I couldn't control my temper. Yeah, I did it." I will respect that way more than, yeah, but it's because of this, and therefore you can see it's not really my fault, and no, fuck that. That's not an excuse, that's an explanation. You need to understand the difference, or justification. It's an explanation / justification. Excuses are... People make excuses for bad things. Buying an over-expensive laptop is not a bad thing, unless you get kicked out of your house because you bought the laptop. Then it becomes an excuse. Well, I bought the laptop, I need it for work, so therefore I couldn't pay my rent. Now it's an excuse for you getting kicked out of your house or apartment, but not for buying the laptop. Your alarm didn't go off. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to set an alarm for tomorrow. 100 days Skyrim. Not bad. Yeah, no work Sunday. Oh, I have to. I have some stuff I need to do. I'm thinking about buying stuff like this and then building them on live streams. Like buying maybe Lego sets or science. You know, you can buy those small science projects you can build and stuff like that, and do them on a live stream. Because I want to get a little bit away from a lot of this OS and software talk, because most fucking OS people and software people are stupid as fuck. I have an overhead camera. I don't need to be in the frame. I can just use my webcam and put it into overhead mode. It's no fucking issue. I've done it before. Or I can use my phone. I've done a few overhead camera videos before on my channel. I came to the conclusion that 90% of all Linux users have an average IQ of minus 50. Yeah, but read what you just said. A fault or offense. A reason or explanation given to justify a fault or offense. It's not a fault to buy an overly expensive laptop. It's not an offense to buy an overly expensive laptop. So therefore, an excuse is not a justification. Because you didn't do anything bad. Okay? So you just confirmed what Wilson just said. You need to read all of it. To justify a fault or offense, an explanation or justification is, I need this expensive laptop because it's required for work. That's a justification. No, overpriced don't need to be bad. That's not a minus. Overpriced don't need to be a minus. It's just like, when you say overpriced, that indicates that you could have gotten something cheaper. That's basically what it's implying. Something of the same quality, cheaper. That's all that implied. It's not overpriced. It's not inherently a bad thing. It's an explanation or a word construct to explain that I pay more money than I should. But that's not a bad thing. It's not inherently a fault or offense or bad thing. Because you could also say, yes, I know this is overpriced, but I get, let's say, better warranty. Now it's an explanation, justification. It's not an excuse. Excuses as dictated by Google itself is more than likely, or is done in associating with a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to buy an overpriced laptop. It's a bad thing if you lose your house. Then it's a bad thing. But then you are making an excuse of how you are bad at managing money. So you're using the laptop as an excuse for your poor judgment in managing money. Then it becomes an excuse. But my work, use macOS, and I need to buy this or have to buy this expensive laptop or this expensive laptop because of work. That's a justification explanation. And Wilson, forget about Marble. He's one of those trolls that think he's the smartest person in the room. Just forget about him. I want this machine, by the way. I didn't know it was a Raspberry Pi. And I am starting to don't give a fuck about stupid people anymore. Because the reality is that they can't be helped. I had this conversation with a guy about Linux. Running around, I'm a OS developer and blah blah blah, or Linux developer, and all he did was respinning arts and what the fuck, whatnot. And he was attacking me left, right, and center, and I didn't know anything about Linux and blah 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 blah. And I was like, after I played around with him for like a day, I was like, I have a Discord, and in that Discord, I have access, or there is access to developers and IT professionals with years of experience on both Linux, Windows, Mac, and almost every fucking language you can dream of. I could have put you in contact with them to help you become a better developer and understand Linux better. But instead, you came out with I am the smartest person in this room. Let me tell you why you are stupid, why you don't know anything about X, Y, and Z. You now burned that bridge, and I never heard from him again. And that's the kind of person Marble kinda is. My latest video about me escaping a cult. It's the same people. Oh, it's not a cult, and all of these fucking excuses for why Linux and free software is like it is. I'm like, did you not listen to what I said? I talked like you. When I started to ask questions instead of telling, everyone started to treat me differently. That's the biggest thing you can do in your life is to start and ask questions instead of telling and judging and demanding. That's something even little Stallman needs to fucking learn. That's the difference between the open source movement and the Free Software Foundation movement. The open source movement, they ask, what can we do to work better in this society with everyone else? The Free Software Foundation, why are you not doing as we are telling you to do? That's the biggest difference. That's why open source is way better regarded as a movement and more positively looked at as a movement versus the Free Software Foundation, everything associated with it. Because they are trying to work with everyone else. They are listening, they are helping, they are asking questions, they are listening, they are trying to make a world where everyone can be in it. The Free Software Foundation, they want one world, and that's the Free Software Foundation's view of a world. And that is why the Free Software Foundation is in the place it is today. And that is why the Free Software Foundation is more like a cult than a tribe. Because there is that set, it's one of the biggest things is that there is that set of rules. In Christianity, you go to hell. There are certain things you can and can't do if you are a devout Christian and stuff like that. You know, there is a rule book, there's a rule set. Christianity is a cult. It's just a good cult. It's not doing any harm for the most part. But it is a cult. If you look at the definition of a cult, it checks all the boxes. And it's the same with the Free Software Foundation. They have their Bible. They have their, this is the good thing to do, this is the bad thing to do, and if you do the bad things, you get into their version of hell, or you get their version of punishment. And the only people that do that is organized religion, dictators, and cults. It's that fucking simple. But it just talks to the collective stupidity of people associating with the Free Software Foundation, apparently. Oh, my mate Vince, I haven't looked at him forever. He used to do a lot of fucking great computer repairs and stuff like that. Why is he not over 1 million subscribers yet? Have you seen this one, Tinker? I think I showed it to you before. He repairs shit and stuff like that. Yeah, he's quite good. I totally forgot about this dude, man. I used to watch a lot of his shit. Also, This Does Not Compute is also a good dude. I'm thinking about doing what Virtual Spaces or Spaces done. Just start all over again. Make a new channel. I'm so fed up with this pseudo-intellectual fuck shittery that the Linux world has attracted to me. I really don't tell people I'm a Linux guy anymore because of it. It's fucking sad. I stopped promoting. Like, I use Linux at work. A lot of the tools, almost all of these tools we talked about today are open source, and I use all of them for work. But I just can't fucking talk about it. Because of that toxic fucking idiocracy that's coming with it. And again, people make excuses for it, and oh well, there should not be an excuse for that fucking mindset. I'm sorry, but it should not be like that. The Linux world needs to fucking get their heads together. I am almost 1000% sure that the downfall of Linux is not Linux. It's the Free Software Foundation, the GNU license, and the community. More than likely the fucking community. Yeah, I'm great, man. I'm just ranting like a motherfucker. I hope you're doing well also. It's the whole mind. It's the whole toxic infested mindset that comes out from the Richard Stallman camp. They are ruining fucking Linux. I remember when we could have a debate about dep versus RPM packages and have a laugh about it. You know, like be like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but you just use your fucking stupid dep packages, and I use my stupid RPM packages. That's what it came out to at the end of the day. And that was also before Richard Stallman really started to push for the GNU Linux thing and what have you not. And it just... It just ruins everything, man. Oh yeah, the Haiku community is amazing. And so is the Mac community to some degree, and so is, like, I'm sorry to say it, but I have, well, not never, but I've almost never experienced anything like that talking to Windows people. Yeah, but so Tinker or virtual, I don't, what do you want to be called? Virtualized Space or Tinker, or should we call you Uncle Bob, or what do you want to be called? But yeah, so I get what you are saying. But that mindset is exactly the mindset of Richard Stallman. That's, again, like I say, that's where it comes from. It's because the Free Software Foundation, they only allow one version of the universe, and that is the version that they have made with their licenses and their philosophies and ethos and stuff like that. So of course they don't want to listen to people they don't agree with, because in their mind there is only one acceptable outcome to this world, and that is GNU, Free Software Foundation, and blah 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 blah. You know, and the sad reality is that you cannot talk open source or Linux without them, because they don't like this, but this is the truth. The Free Software Foundation and GNU and everything that comes with it are so dependent on Linux that they can't get away from it. They are nothing without Linux. There are plenty of Linux distributions that don't use GNU tools or use really little GNU tools. Linux could replace or there are so, let me put it this way, in today's age, Linux don't need GNU. But the GNU people need Linux. And it's been like that since like 2005 or 6 or 10 or something like that. So you can't talk open source and Linux and stuff like that without those people that you were talking about. Because they are so dependent on the success of what the Free Software, I like that sticker, of what the Free Software Foundation are doing, what the open source movement are doing, or what Linux is doing. Because Linux and open source are the ones pushing their software. As Richard Stallman said himself, and have acknowledged that almost nobody talked about free software and the Free Software Foundation and GNU before Linux. And That's the sad part, that they don't want to recognize that. Again, for the biggest part of the 90s and early 2000s, Richard Stallman didn't push much for GNU/Linux. He did talk about it, but he didn't push much forward. But when Linux really started to become popular, he started to push forward more and more because he wants that recognition. He has that fucking ego. You know, he's a fucking cult leader. I'm thinking about making a reaction video to a video about him, but it would be like a 2-hour reaction video because the video in of itself is almost an hour long. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Like, I hope not. But I will not be surprised that if they did, he would be blaming society or... Like, you won't find a bigger fucking conspiracy theorist than Richard Stallman. He would probably blame like his credit card forward or something like that because there is tracking devices with radioactive waves in it that will give him cancer probably. Or it's probably the Microsoft's fault because like I hope that's not the case. Like, I don't want anyone to have cancer, but I will not go get it past him that he will blame everyone else for the reasons why he got it. That it's some fucking weird ass conspiracy theory. That Bill Gates like injected him with cancer while he was sleeping because he was becoming too big of a threat to Microsoft and Windows. You know, like crazy shit like that. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I can't care about everyone in the world. I don't want to, and I don't give a fuck about it. I'm sorry if that makes me a stupid, toxic idiot, but nobody can care about everyone. It's just that fucking simple. As a general, yeah, I don't hope he has it, and if that's the case, I feel sorry for him to deal with that shit. It's not fun. But that's to the extent that I care. I can feel sympathy for him, and of course it's a bad thing to deal with, and I hope he gets past it, but that's it. That's to the extent that a misogynist. I think Richard Stallman is the one that has been accused of inappropriately touching females here and there, and also the good old R word. Never been. It's only allegations because it's never been, appropriately, what is it called? Judged for it. But there's a lot of accusations about him. But like with the way women are nowadays, yeah, call me a fucking misogynist, man. All of this, oh, I don't need a man, and blah, blah, and then they hit like 40, 50, oh, why don't nobody wants to date me, I can't find a man, Well, yeah. Yeah, that's true, virtual space. Yeah, I'm fed up with women nowadays. When they start with pronouns and talk about that shit, and I'm like, oh, fucking hell, man. Is that really this important to you? I'm out of here. There's way more important things in life. Yeah, but again, I've been looking at Richard Stallman for almost 26 years now, and he's one of those people where I will be like, I'm not surprised if that's the case with him. I've seen him interacting with other people and females so many times, and the way he talks to them, and he's a creepy dude, man. He's a creepy ass dude, man. So I will not like, here's the thing. If someone went up and told me he has done it, I would be like, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of other people, like if someone went up and told me that let's say Linus Torvalds have done something like that, I would be like, okay, that's a fucking surprise. Or when Bill Gates was accused for it, or actually they found out that he was his wife on Facebook, that was a surprise for me. Like he just didn't seem like he seemed like a nerd, not like someone running around chasing that pussy all the time. Like I'm like, yeah, that's I could, like, him throwing around a keyboard or a monitor, that I could, that could be Bill Gates. But Bill Gates swinging his big dick around in the office, that was a fucking surprise, But again, we don't know, like, we don't know people. That's the whole case here. But just from the observations that I have seen, it that was a surprise that it just happens to be true with Bill Gates. But that was a surprise. I thought he cared way more about nerdy stuff than stuff like that. Like he seemed like one of those autistic, or seems like one of those autistic nerdy people that don't give a fuck about human relationships to some degree. So that was like, yeah, okay, that was a fucking surprise. But Richard Stallman, the way he acts, everything he does, the way he talks to other people and do interviews is really self-centered. To some degree, you could call it narcissistic or self-serving and stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of people like that, if they want a girl, they do bad shit to get them sometimes. Because they think that they are, nothing can hurt them. They are too important. They, kind of like, you see some of those, football players get that also because they've been told they are fucking bigger than God and stuff like that. Then they also start to think, oh, okay, there's no, I don't need to take responsibility for my actions and stuff like that. And I see kind of the same traits in Richard Stallman, with the way that everything is about him and around him, and yeah, people like that, they tend to do bad shit to other people more often than not. So I will not put it past him that he have done that. But I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm just saying I will not be surprised if there came a lawsuit out and he got probably judged for it if it's turned out to be truth. I'd be like, yeah, I can see that. Or if he admitted it or something like that, I'm like, yeah, I can see that happening. LinkedIn, I know a lot. I don't use LinkedIn, but I know a lot of people love it and use it, and I don't really have any. It's a good tool, I guess. Yeah. Oh, he's a big conspiracy theorist nuts. There are videos of him being at conferences with tinfoil around his name badge because he believes that there are tracking chips in them that the government can track him with. If that don't tell you everything, I don't know. Just the fact that he thinks that a license can change society. Like a license of a software can change society. Like nurses, police folks, homeless people, poor people, hungry people. He thinks that a license can change all of that. Or have impact for those people. Applying squirrel fights are not once in a while, And that's why conspiracy theories are so dangerous, or not dangerous, but are still here. Is that not, again, the world is not black and white. A lot of crazy people say some good fucking right shit sometimes. You know, everyone is right once in a while. Every stupid person on earth can say something smart once in a while, and every smart person can say something stupid. It's just what was going on in the majority of the time, and that is that most conspiracy theories tends to be lies, not truth. So that's what you have to go by. You can't use that 1 out of a million examples as the rule. And a lot of people do that to make excuses. And because they don't have any valid arguments to a debate. So they use this one exception as a rule. You can't do that. That most people don't want to accept an argument or data point if it's laid out in a bad way. It's all about how you come out with it, how you present it. Oh yeah, mental outlaw is my daddy. It's all about how you present it, how you present your argument or your data or your facts or whatever the fuck it is. You look up sarcasm. And I had this talk with someone the other day, and it's like most people on the internet in not content creators, but most people in comment section, in forum posts, on YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, the people telling everyone else, let's say, how to code, are not coders. The people telling everyone about security knows nothing about security. The people telling everyone about how much they know and how smart they are about operating systems don't know anything about operating systems. Why is that the case? It's because the people that know that shit are busy working with that shit. They have a job, they are making a shit ton of money with that knowledge. And they don't feel the need to go out there and spend hours and hours and hours debating other people that don't know anything about it. You don't see many let's say what is like they have the highest degree of computer science going into a YouTube channel comment section and debating operating systems with people. If they debate operating systems, they debate it with other highly uneducated people. They don't go on to comment sections or Twitter posts or Reddit posts. They, for the most part, they find someone of their own caliber and then they debate it with them. I hope I make sense here. Some will. Some do once in a while, but for the most part, they don't. Like most, if not, I would say like 95% of the people yelling and screaming at me about Linux in my comment section are just standard stock, I install Arch and I run Linux as a desktop person. They don't use it as a profession. They don't make money with Linux. They are not consultants. They don't even work in the IT industry. They don't even make YouTube videos. If you make a YouTube video, I'm more likely to listen to you because you're putting yourself out there for millions of people to find. You're not hiding behind an anonymous name in a comment section. At least you're putting yourself out there as a YouTuber. I will listen more to DistroTube than any one random fucking asshole in a comment section. Because he's putting himself out there with his face and stuff like that. You know, that gives him some credibility, in my opinion. He could still be batshit crazy. Just like people in comment section can be right. But at least, you know, at least he's putting himself out there. Reddit, yeah, I don't know. Some people just can't leave Reddit alone. It's their whole life. They love they love that whole Reddit karma farming thingy Madusky. Hey, so here's the issue, Marble, with what you just said. Opinion on prime time. Okay? I've probably seen him, but I don't know who he is, so I don't have an opinion on it. He's a YouTuber. Okay? That makes sense. Do you know him? He's a YouTuber. He was a Netflix dev. That's not a flex. Nobody gives a fuck about a Netflix dev unless you're into that whole entertainment industry kind of thing. Then you maybe care about it. But here's where you lose me. He used them. That already tell me most. It's just like, okay, the way you just described that, if he's a massive Vim user, he's probably also deep into the Free Software Foundation and all of this Linux and open source kind of bullshit and blah, 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 blah. If you said opinion on prime time, he's a YouTuber. I'll be like, I don't know him. I may check him out. He was a Netflix dev. Yeah, I probably still will check him out. Oh, he used Vim. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to check him out. If that's so important to say that he used Vim, I'm like, who gives a fuck? Okay? Who gives a fuck? I give more fucks about him being a YouTuber and a Netflix dev than Vim. Or if he was using Virtual Studio, I still would not give a fuck. If he was using VS Code, still not give a fuck. Yeah, but that's not important information. Exactly, Wilson. Exactly, Wilson. It's a flex. The best thing you could have said, opinions on prime time, he's a YouTuber. And I would be like, okay, what kind of YouTuber? And you could explain what content he makes. What you just said right now, you didn't explain anything about his content. Nothing. Yeah, pronouns. What is his pronouns? And if he don't have like 10,000 pronouns, I'm not going to watch him. Hey, my boss is using a roller mouse. It's actually okay. I tried it out. It's not bad. The only thing I miss is like the scroll wheel. You know, this thing here. Here's how I here's when I start to not want to talk to people. If you have pronouns in your description and when you're presenting yourself, you're like, oh, these are my pronouns, and I'm like, yeah, I'm out of here. Oh, I'm a Linux user, I'm out of here. Oh, I'm an open source or free software GNU fan or advocate, I'm out of here. I'm a Linux user, I'm out of here. And it's the same, like, I'm a Windows user, Mac user, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. If what operating system you use is so important that you have to tell everyone about it, I'm out of here. I don't give a fuck. If that's the depth of you as a human, what your pronouns are, what fucking software you use, I'm out of here. Even what fucking political party you're assigned to, Proud Republican or I'm out of here. If that's the only thing that's important or the most important thing about you, I'm out of here. I don't care who you are, I'm out. I don't give a fuck about you. But if you are, I'm a proud dad, mom, love working in IT and stuff, I will talk to you all day. And I don't give a fuck if I have to call you he, she, they, them, that's this, but. I will call you whatever the fuck you want me to call you. I don't care if you're gay, trans, whatever. I don't give a fuck. But if those things, meaningless things, become the depth of your personality, I'm out of here. Because then that's the only thing you want to talk about. The same like, oh, my name is this, and I have X amount of sub on YouTube. I'm like, yeah, I'm out of here. Oh, I am a Instagrammer with 10,000 I'm out of here. It's all meaningless shit. Nobody should give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about who you fuck, what you identify as, and what you want to be called, as long as that's not the most important thing in your life. Because in the end, it don't fucking matter. It don't matter who you fuck. It don't matter what your pronouns are. It don't matter what you fucking identify as. That's not the most important thing in society. It may be for you, but it's not in the grand scheme of things. And when I don't know you, that's not how you fucking introduce yourself. Yeah, I just tell him that I identify as an attack helicopter or a piece of bread or a fucking squirrel or something like that. Yeah, I hate long walks in the rain. Yeah, because you long walks in the rain. That's a deal breaker, Levetris. If you don't love long walks in the rain, I can't talk to you. That's a deal breaker. I really don't. I just don't give a fuck about all of these things. See, that's a thing I don't mind. Like, I'm from the United States or something. Like, I can live with that. I think that's a good thing, because we are talking to so many people around the world on the internet that where you're coming from, like just your country, I think that's a really good information to have, because it kind of gives you a little bit, like, you know, everyone knows a little bit about Norway and Germany and England, so you kind of know a little bit about their culture. You know, if you're talking to someone in the States, you know, oh, maybe I should not use cunt. You know, you know, maybe I should not use the word cunt. But if I'm talking to someone from England, I can use cunt. Or from Australia or Ireland or Scotland, I can probably use cunt. So yeah, that matters way more than your pronouns or how much gay or not gay you are, and if you have a penis and wearing a dress or not. I will still have a beer with you if you having a penis in a dress and fucking hog the living shit out of you. I don't give a fuck. And I will still call you fucking beautiful if I think you look beautiful in a dress. You get what I'm saying here? But yeah. Bruce Wayne. It's that man in the black suit, right? He's really into like punishment and BDSM and really into a cat lady. He really likes his cat ladies. I've talked to so many amazing people. And then they are like, I really like if you will call me X, Y, and like them or something like that. I'm like, yeah, let's do that. I don't give a fuck. You know, I many of times talked to someone and I didn't even fucking know if they were boy, girl, trans, whatever the fuck they were. It was just good conversation. I have no idea what they are. They didn't say it to me. I didn't really know. A lot of times you don't need all of that fucking mindless shit. Like, if I'm going to fuck you, I kind of want to know if I'm going to expect a fucking penis in my face. You know, that's something else. You know, or we're going out together and I'm looking down at your dress and you have a massive fucking boner. That yeah, I kind of want to know that at that point. You know, I don't want to get surprised with a penis in my eye and go up to the doctor and explain why I fucking have a black eye. oh, my date has bigger balls than I had, Like, I kind of want to know that. I'll probably still go out on a date with you and see how the fuck it goes. I may not fuck you, but we can still go out for dinner. You get what I'm coming at here. But then I never been with a trans girl before, so I can't say if I will fuck her or not. I don't know. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. If you want to run around in a fucking animal suit all day, I don't give a fuck. Just don't make it the most important thing about you. Because it's so fucking shallow. And to put it another way, all of these, like, man goes their own way and Sigma male, I don't care. I don't fucking care. Oh, I'm an alpha male. I don't give a fuck. Okay? If that's the most important thing, that you are this fucking self-sufficient, independent, strong man, and you are alone, I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't. It goes both ways. It's not just with women, and the same with men. If someone like, oh, I'm an alpha man, no, you're not. You probably sit alone and cry to anime all day and masturbate to fucking furry porn or something. Yeah, you're probably simping for all the fucking, Twitch streamers out there. You're not a fucking alpha male or sigma male or what they're calling them nowadays. Like, you're probably not. Okay? Let's just get the fuck out of here. I hate those fucking guys where they can only talk to you if you're recognizing them as I'm an alpha, I'm a sigma, I'm a fucking man beast. I'm like, yeah, fuck off. Get a fucking life, man. Like, get out of here. You are nothing, man. If you really think you are that, and again, it's the same with women. If you have to tell someone who you are and what you are, you're probably not that thing. They should become to. I should be interacting with you and say, yeah, you are an alpha, without you having to explain it to me. I should make that association by myself. Andrew Tate is a fucking lunatic. He's a puff. He's a pretender. It's so easy to see through his bullshit. It's so fucking easy, and that's why he's having all the, all the bullshit to deal with that he has to deal with right now. He's a fake. If he was really about all of the things he say he is, he didn't need to do all of the fucking shit on YouTube and all that shit he did. If you need to flex, you do that because you're insecure about what the fuck you're doing. And it's probably not true what you're doing. And he exploited so many weak-ass motherfucking men for money. I've seen a lot of his fucking videos at the seminars he holds and stuff, and I'm just like, how do people fall for this shit? Yeah, small dogs always bark the most, yeah. And I would agree, like, he says some fucking right shit. Like, take responsibility for your life, take care of your health and stuff like that. But here's the thing, that's what good fucking lunatics do. Good cult leaders and dictators and bad people, they are actually telling you the truth in the beginning. They are drawing you in with good, reliable, factual shit. Look at Scientology. They get you in with the community, the niceness and stuff like that. And then you have to take that fucking test. And that's where they lose everything. But in the beginning, they are so fucking nice and, ooh, we would help you and all that fucking shit. And there is some good things about Scientology. Again, the community and all, the togetherness, the feeling of belonging and all that fucking shit. The world is not black and white. Just look at the Liver King. How he got fucking busted. And everyone that had any idea and knowledge about the things he was talking about could see he was full of shit. But he still managed to lie to millions of people. And that's the difference. If the Liver King, he was like eating liver, and then that's why I'm buffed at 50 something, not because of steroids and all of that fucking shit, which they found out that he took a lot of steroids. That he was natural at a fucking old age, and it was because he ate a lot of liver and blah 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 blah. And everyone who knew anything about diet and working out is like, yeah, he's on fucking steroids. And he debunked it, or not debunked, but he was like, no, it's the liver and my diet and genetics and blah, 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 and millions of people adored him, and, he's still popular, but he got a really big following because there's so many gullible people out there in life. And then last year this year, I can't remember, he got found out that he was full of fucking shit. It's steroids to high heaven and back. But he is right. Working out is fucking helpful in all ages. Having a great diet, get a lot of everything. Like he said a lot, or says a lot of good shit. He's just lying about a lot of it also. If you go look at all of these, like if you've seen a superhero movie on a movie theater or on Netflix and stuff like that. If you look at, let me put it this way, if you look at The Rock and think it's all rice and chicken breasts and workouts, you are wrong. Okay? It's bullshit. The Rock is not chicken breast, rice, and workout. It helps. And his workout is why he looks like that, but he has a lot of extra help, okay? A lot of extra help. But he's selling chicken breast and rice. If you look at any of the Marvel characters, like Thor and stuff like that, yeah, it's because of a good workout regime and a lot of chicken breasts. Yeah, no, it's not. I would not say everyone does it, but yeah, it is widely used around the world. Yeah, sadly enough. But there are so many gullible people out there, and that's the sad reality. And I don't. Here's the thing: I don't give a fuck if they take steroids. My problem with the Liver King is not that he takes steroids; it is that he lied about it. Because he's giving people false expectations, just like with Linux. Okay, I'm eating a lot of fucking the things. I'm doing everything the Liver King is saying. It's not working. Why the fuck is it not working? They're getting angry, they're getting confused, they're giving up training, they're giving up living a healthy lifestyle because I am not looking like the Liver King. Or people, they just, they go back to their old ways. So they get nothing out of it. Had he just been honest and be like, you know what? I'm on the juice, baby. I don't recommend it. I don't want you to do it. But if you want to look like me in my age, you need to be on the juice. But you can also get a long way by not being on the juice. But I am not a good representation of how it is to be my age and my physique without being on juice, just so you know. But a healthy lifestyle, plenty of exercise can go a long way. Had he been like that, no issue. No fucking issue. But people love to sell this chicken breast and rice lie. Like, the fitness industry is almost worse than fucking Linux fans. Like, most people in fitness are lying to your face, especially if they're selling shit. They are lying to your face. And they can, like, I follow a lot of fitness influencers, and they are fucking amazing. But a lot of the shit they sell, yeah. Yeah, your protein powder is maybe a little bit better than everyone else, but protein is fucking protein, okay? Just because if you mix it up with like creatine or something like BAAs, it don't make it like work 10,000 better because your formula is better than the competitors. No, it's the same fucking shit, okay? And a lot of times they put way too much shit in it anyway that your body don't use, so you buy more, so they can make it more expensive, basically. Like, the fitness industry is fucked up, man. There are a few YouTubers out there that are really great at it, like Applied Science or Sports Science or what the fuck his name is. He debunks all of that fucking shit. There is like a fitness professor or something like that. He also debunks. He looks at all of these Hollywood training. How do Henry Cavill train for Witcher, and how do Thor train, and he looks at all those videos and basically debunk everything. He's like he teaches sports science on a PhD level, basically. Like, he's a professor in applied sports science, I think it's called, or something like that. And 9 out of 10 videos I've seen him react to about all these celebrities doing their workouts, it's bullshit. They are doing... All of those Hollywood trainers are overpaying or overpriced for basic shit. They're putting a lot of fluff in there so they look smart when they are not, basically. And he's I can't fucking remember what his name is. Can I find him? Yeah, here. But he's also selling a fucking product. He's selling an app. Here, this guy here. Like, he gives you a lot of fucking amazing information. But he's also selling you an app. Everyone on YouTube that you can't be a professor in fitness. This guy here is a professor in fitness. Here, AI-powered hypertrophy. Yeah. Don't. Yeah, he is selling something, okay? But he is a professor in fitness, basically. He teaches other people how to work out. Exercise scientists, I think it is what I can't know what the fuck it's called. And yes, he's on steroids. He says it himself. No, Arnold's not mad about the steroids. Here's the thing. They took way less steroids back then than they do today. And a lot of people still can't compete with classical physique. A lot of people still need to take way more steroids to reach Arnold Schwarzenegger's size than he did. And to some degree, that's because a lot of people don't know how to work out. Sadly enough. This guy here is also not that bad. He is a little bit too out there. I don't like him as a person that much. He's I think he's a former NFL player or something like that. But he's not bad. It's just I just don't like his personality that much. He's a little bit too full of himself, if you ask me. Is it sports science? Yeah, Shed is sports science. He's a really good guy. He's also has a high education in for... He's gone more over to the reacting to crazy TikTok videos and stuff like that. But there is, like, if you look at his playlist here, where is it? Gym Idiots is quite funny, but supplements is a really good playlist to understand supplements. Fat loss explained, Q&A, Myth busting is a really good play. Moth Crows is a really good playlist. More fat laws here. A science lesson is also really, really good. Fitness myth is really, really good. And again, he is educated in fitness. He's what you will call a fitness possessor. I can't remember he's from Britain, United Kingdom. I can't remember what his, like, what you call it, because it depends on where you are in the world. It has different names, but he's one of those people that all the personal trainers get basically taught by. He's the one teaching. He has the education where he could teach, in colleges, universities about sports science, basically working out. The same with that buff dude we were looking at. The residence, what the fuck he was called? This dude here, reconnaissance periodization, or what the fuck it's called. He's even Dr. Mike. That's his title, doctor in sport, exercise science. I can't fucking remember what it's called. These are the people you should find. Doctors that have education. Just like when you go onto YouTube and want to talk about Linux. Developers. I am a professional developer. Listen to them. I have been using Linux for more than fucking 2 months. Listen to them. The sad thing with Linux is that if you want to listen to anyone with just a little bit of credibility, they should have been using Linux for over 10 years. Just not that many people that have used Linux for that long, but Linux is one of those systems where you get into it, you learn it, and then you get into all the bullshit, and then you get out of the bullshit, and that's when you start to listen to it. Because I'm not going to lie here. Every Linux user is going to get into the bullshit. If you're continuing using Linux, you will become a open source, free software foundation, Linux advocate for a certain period of time. Some for a long time, some for a short time. But you will drink the Kool-Aid. You will. You will. And it's normally people that are getting into Linux and have been using it for like a few years. They are high on the Kool-Aid. If I see a Linux YouTuber and they are like, oh, I've been using Linux for 2, 3, or 4, or 5 years, I'm like, yeah, I'm moving along here. I'm like, let's talk when you're over the honeymoon, when you're over the, oh my god, this is so nice and new and all of that fucking shit, and everything Linus says is just gospel, everything which Storm is saying is gospel. Let's get over that. When you've gotten over those honeymoon phases, then we can start to talk. And most people get over that in like 2 to 5 years with Linux, depending on who you are as a person and stuff like that. But again, it's the same with exercise. You need to look at people's credentials. And look at their channel and look at their qualifications. Because there's so much bullshit out there. And the bullshit is not only on YouTube. A lot of mainstream media is promoting bullshit. Because it's easy to understand. Because bullshitters are really good at making you listen. This is actually a really fucking good video about time. This whole series about explaining a subject to like different levels. Like a kid to like a professor level. It's actually really, really good to get like a basic idea about things. I still need to watch this. I watched the one from MIT, I think, the computer science classes from MIT at one point. Yeah, but you need to fucking be careful of who you're listening to on the internet nowadays. Because for someone that is new to a subject or don't know anything about don't know much about a subject, it's really easy to sound smart and like you know what you're talking about. Like if you know nothing about, let's just say, Python, and someone knows how to print hello world, they are exponentially better at Python than you are because you know nothing. And to them, if you want to learn how to do hello world, they are the fucking king. But then if you want to go into multi-threading and they, you know, yeah, they fall short. Because they themselves just learned how to do hello world yesterday. So you need to fucking listen at people's credentials on the internet. There's so much bullshit out there. So much fucking bullshit. And some of the biggest bullshitters are the most subscribed people because they're really good at selling a message. They really know how to bullshit, basically. Like, they're really good at it. They're really good at it. You know, like they say this, that psychopaths are the most charismatic and allowing people to talk to because they know how to play you. You know. And it is, and like we talked about before, most people spend a lot of time on the internet. They can do that because they don't have a job, they don't have commitments, they may not be as smart as they think they are, so they are a little bit more gullible and what have you not. So those bullshitters are really easy, they find easy prey, and they find a lot of it on the internet. Because everyone is looking for this cheat sheet, this easy way out and stuff like that. There's this saying: if it's easy, if it's not hard to do, it's not worth to be doing. And that's kind of true. If you see, that's why I hate those zero to hero videos. Learn how to become a Python developer in 2 or 4 hours or what? No. In that time, you learn the basics at best, but they make it sound like, watch my 4-hour tutorial and now you can become a senior developer in a fucking company. That's how they sell it. But if you just know a little bit about fucking programming, just a little bit, you don't need to know much. If you understand how to type hello world in Bash, you can see the bullshit behind that. Because you know how long it took you to understand else if statements in Bash or print hello world in Bash, and you know that it probably took you 4 hours just to understand that subject to some degree. Yeah, of virtual environments, that's true. That's also something I learned about that fucking... I've been messing with Python for years before I was like, maybe I should use this virtual environment thing. Because nobody really talked about it other than when I went into advanced written educational tutorials. They all talked about virtual environments. So it's... You have to do the work, man. If you want to become a good developer, you have to put in the hours and the work. If you want to be good at Linux, you have to put in the hours and the work. If you want to be good at anything, you have to put in the hours and work. Nothing can be done, at least until Neuralink, or what it was called, becomes a reality. That's the only way we as humans can do anything. We need to put in the grind. For some people it comes easier than others. Find the way you learn the best and most optimized, and do it that way. That's different from person to person. But you still need to put in the fucking time. If someone is like, I can teach you this in 60 minutes, run away. Run the fuck away. Run the fuck away. The Soviet Union, 1988. Crazy country, man. Russia. Really weird country. Let's see him fixing more returns while we are bitching, or while I'm bitching and moaning about society and being a grumpy old man. The older I get, the more baffled I become about the human race, to be honest. I'm giving up on women. Like, it's just like, fuck them. Fuck them. As long as I have both working hands, man, or at least just one working hand and Pornhub, I'm a happy camper, man. I don't need all that fucking bullshit drama and all that shit. Just give me a fucking porn video on one of my hands. You know, or I can drill a fucking hole in the wall and go nuts with that one. I'm a happy fucking camper. But then there's all the other fucking guys out there that are fucking almost as fucking weird, if not even weirder and stupider than they are. It's like, how the fuck can we be so fucking... And here's the thing. A lot of the fucking shit they do don't even fucking work. You know? It may work for a short while, but then you end up in jail or lose everything. And like, there's all these OnlyFans people right now that are starting to become parents, and they're like, oh my god, how can I get away from it? Oh, I wanted to delete from the internet and blah. Like, if you're swinging your tits around and spreading legs for everyone on the internet, and you think your kids are never going to figure it out, you deserve it to some degree because you were that fucking stupid. You know, like... But if you do it, you're like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about my kids figuring it out. Yeah, okay, you want them to be bullied. I can kind, yeah, at least you're acknowledging it, okay? At least you're being honest about it. You know, at least you're being honest about it. But all of these people that take the easy way out or the easy route, and then they get angry or pissed when they get found out. Again, Liver King and all of those fake supplement people and stuff like that. Like, yeah, but why are you so angry at me? I was just trying to help people. But you were bullshitting, okay? You were bullshitting. And if you get figured out, either you take it as it is and be like, yeah, I was fucking it all off, faking it all. You know, yeah. Let's just be honest about the fucking shit. But people, they want the easy way out, and they want no fucking responsibilities or what is it called? Consequences of their actions. I'm the older I get, the less tolerant I becomes towards excuses, stupidity, and it just fucking drives me up the wall, man. It really does. Nothing makes me more fucking irritated than people that think they are smart. I hate them. I fucking hate them. Because statistically, and according to current psychology out there, if you think you're smart, you're stupid. That's what it says. They have below average IQ. Everyone that thinks that they are smart have below average IQ. Not everyone, but most people. And there's a difference between being arrogant and smart and think that you're intelligent and stuff like that. You know, there's a difference between those things. I'm just like, I need to have like a house in the woods with good internet, and then I need like a sugar mama that can shower me with fucking money if I lick her fucking old ass pussy once in a while, and then I don't do anything YouTube or any social media, but just like fuck her once a week or something like that, get millions of dollars and have a cabin in the woods, And then hopefully she dies a week later and give me all her money. But I can't say that because I'm a guy, but it's okay for a girl to be, basically finding a daddy and fuck him for all his money. It's not okay for me to do it because I'm a man, but fuck it. If a girl can do it, I can do it. That's another thing I noticed, is that a lot of people, they like, it's not okay if they do it, but it's okay if I do it. No. It goes both ways. If it's not okay for them, it's not okay for you. If you don't like men doing something, it should not be okay for women to do it and the other way around. Oh, dude, no. That community has so fucking much drama, you don't even want to be near it. Like, the lesbian and gay or homosexual, or what you will call it, communities, it's like... It's so fucking much drama, man. Oh my god. I used to say... I used to think the same, is that, oh, well, if only I was gay, it would be so much fucking easier. No. No. The more I talk to people that are attracted to the same sex, the more I'm like, oh my god, the drama. Oh my fucking god. You have to think about, they don't have that many choices as we have, you know. There are not that many people that are attracted to the same sex as there is people that are even bi or heterosexual. So once bullshit, you know, if you look at the dating pool, if someone is a drama queen, a drama guy, what you will call it there, it affects so much more many or bigger part of the dating pool than it would for someone like you and me. You know, it just becomes so much more, what you will call, like, potent or something like that, because the dating pool is that limited. Like, the best thing would be bi fucking everything. Because then you have the biggest dating pool ever. So if you get tired of someone being fucking drama in one of the dating pools, you just go over to the other one. Like, that would be the perfect fucking, you know, that would be the superpower. If you were 50%, you know, 50-50, you were as attracted to men as you are girls. Basically the gender or whatever you would call it, sex or whatever they call it nowadays, don't matter. That would be the perfect thing to live as. Because if a guy is it becomes fucked up, you just fuck girls. If girls becomes fucked up, you start to fuck guys again. You get what I'm coming at here? You have the biggest dating pool in the world. That said, if you then want to fuck a guy and you're a guy, he also have to be, you know, part of that. Yeah, but those are so limited that that's such a small phenomenon that it's not even fucking, you know, it's not even worth to take account for. And also hermaphrodites, most of them don't have both. They get mostly their parents decides a gender and that's what they go with, or they look at their have they more estrogen than testosterone. Whatever they have most of is also something, the deciding factor of what they get assigned as. There are really, 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 really few people that live like that. Like, massively few. Most just get some deciding factor plays in, but most get assigned a gender at not at birth, but really, really early on. Probably way before they even think about that thing. And sometimes they transition over to the other gender when they get adults. They're like, yeah, I feel more as, you know, X, Y, and Z, so that I go this way instead of that way. But most of them just get assigned a gender really, really early on. Or sex, or whatever the fuck you will call it. There are fucking few people living with both. Like, it's almost non-existent. It's like unicorns. It's like unicorns. And again, sometimes it's the parents, sometimes they take a lot of plot work, or a combination of both. And it's not something that like occur, or you will see in the dating pool that much, to be honest. But it is fun to think about that someone can be, born that way. It's still simple to this day. It's just that we live in a place where people want to feel special, and we have avoided them. We have told them that it's okay that you want to feel special for no fucking reason whatsoever. Back in the olden days, you were special if you did something special. That was it. Nobody called you special until you did something special. Either for your community, your family, the world, and stuff like that. Special was something that was a reward. It was something that, it was like a medal. You got awarded that moniker of being special. Nowadays, everyone is special. It has lost its meaning. Here in Denmark, a few years, or many years ago, to be honest, they lowered the threshold of getting top grades in educational systems, which resulted in almost, not everyone, but a big fucking majority of people went out of schools and educational systems with top grades. So then when employees going to hire them, they were like, but you should have been like mid-tier grade or something. Like, this don't make sense. On your paper, you should be this fucking smart-ass, brilliant person. But in reality, you're just average. So the meaning of having a top grade lost its meaning. Because it was not an indicator of you actually doing really well in school or educational systems anymore. Because it was just basically giving out willy-nilly to basically everyone that almost just showed up. Not totally true, but not far from it. A lot of people got too high grades because they lowered the threshold. Which meant the quality of getting top grade was lowered. It became harder to find really good candidates for the job because you couldn't look at the grades anymore. Now you have to do a lot of testing and shit like that. So luckily enough, they changed that around. And again, we all want to be special, but the reality is we are red shirts. We're the one in Star Trek that runs out with a fucking gun in our hands and gets shot the first. Or not a gun, but a phaser, or what they're called. We're the one, hey Spock, I'm taking this one for the team! Whoom! And then you get fucking shot in the head. That's us. That's everyone watching, listening, or have in the past, that's us. And the sooner you get into that fucking reality, the better you will fucking live. If you were special, if you were the Spocks and the Captain Kirks and stuff like that, you would be like the top tier quarterback for some fucking team, or you would be like the CEO of some fucking big business. You would not be sitting here right now, basically. You would be doing stuff those kind of people are doing. I don't know, I never watched Fight Club. I never like cared about Fight Club. So it was like, yeah, who gives a fuck about people fighting in secret? I think I watched like 30 minutes of it or something like that, and I was like, fuck that shit. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I never give like, there's really, really few videos or movies I want to watch if they are massively popular, because if they're so popular, you do know what the average intelligence of people are in the world, and if they're that fucking popular, that means that most people, it's dumbed down so much that most people can find value in it, and that means that it is probably wasting your time. I never watched Harry Potter. I watched 2 hours of Lord of the Rings and of the first one, never watched it again. Watched the first Hobbit movie, never watched it again. But Windows is also dumbed down. Windows is also dumbed down. It's accessible to the most people because it's dumbed down. You can still do a lot of amazing shit with it and powerful shit with it, but it is dumbed down. It's doing a lot of shit for you that Linux is not doing for you. The sad thing when we're talking about operating systems is that Windows just do a lot of things better than Linux for the average consumer. Yeah. If Linux did the exact same thing to the same fucking efficiency and the same support and blah 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 as Windows, but I have to work harder to get it to work, like I had to compile drivers myself and stuff, like I wouldn't give a fuck about. I would be running Linux all the time, no Windows. If I needed to get the software for my headset to work on the Linux, to do that I had to compile it from source, I would be running Linux. If that was the only difference with what you can do and run was that you had to work a little bit extra hard on the Linux to do it, I would be running Linux non-stop, no Windows at all. But that's not the case. Yeah, but movies is not like operating systems. Operating systems is not entertainment. It's like comparing a steak, really well-made steak, with a quarter pounder from Microsoft, from McDonald's. We are talking two different fucking things here. Most entertainment sucks. Because it's meant to sedate you to some degree. It's meant to turn off your brain. I have this saying, there's junk food content and there's not junk food content. Most movies, like I love John Wick. John Wick is one of my favorite movies ever, but they are junk food content. When I watch John Wick, I want to go to the gym and lift every fucking heavy thing I can find. But it's junk food content. It's not giving me anything intellectually or anything as a person other than a endorphin kick. And that's what most movies is about, most entertainment is about. I love music. I have playlists for working out, walking, work. I love music, but in the end, all it is endorphin kicks. It's junk food. Watching a podcast where you learn something, you get new information, like a historical podcast or something like that, that's not junk food. That's a good, well-prepared steak. But it's okay to have junk food. I'm not saying you should not watch it. I'm just not into all of that shit. You only have a fine amount of time on this earth. Do you want to waste a lot of time watching Harry Potter for 10,000 hours? Or maybe watch a 2-hour junk food movie and then spend the next 10 hours watching something that you learn from, you grow from, that pushes your boundaries, that pushes your ideas, that actually you can use in your life. I think that we should look more at entertainment like we look at food. It's okay to watch Fight Club or stuff like that. I just watched Bullet Train with Brad Pitt also. I thought it was a fucking amazing movie. But I didn't learn anything. It was like, I got entertained for 2 hours, I was sitting on my fat ass in the couch and watched. Had a laugh, and yeah, that was fucking great. But nothing about that video or movie I can use for anything in my life because it's all bullshit, basically. So I kind of have to offset that with watching a podcast or watching a lawyer talk. I'm really into lawyers right now. I don't know why. But you know, watching some court case or something like that, you know, debugging videos, or, you know, I need to watch something healthy that I can use in my life, or else I feel dirty or bad, or what you would call it. I feel like I'm wasted my time. Like, I feel bad if I notice I've been playing too much games over a week for a certain period of time. And I'm like, okay, I can't play for the next month unless it's weekend. It has to be... I has to do either coding, researching, or anything not gaming for like a month besides Friday and Sunday, or Saturday and Sunday, to get more healthy content into my brain. Because I feel that we have so much potential as a human that it would be... You're cheating yourself and society and everyone else by just being a couch potato, basically. Like, that you can do so much more than sit and watch Fight Club, to be honest. To be honest, you could be doing so much more valuable things than listening to my bullshit right now. There are thousands of things that will give you more value and society and the world more value than have anything to do with what we are doing right now. The same with me doing this live stream. I could have been doing, like, I've been doing stuff for work. You know, I could be working on shit for work. That is highly more valuable than doing this here. But sometimes it's okay to do these kind of things. You know, it's you know... Oh, drawing is, like, yeah, but drawing is a good skill. Like, drawing, like, being creative is good. Because it teaches you to do stuff outside of the box. Like, when you're creative, your brain is firing all kind of crazy fucking things. You know, it has so many benefits of being creative. Also, some people say that creativity is associated with intelligence. A lot of intelligent people, like highly intelligent people, are like musicians, painters, creative people in general. I don't know how that's true that is when you're looking at YouTube and Instagram, but you know, like, there have been an association with really like massively creative people and intelligence, especially music. And that's stuff you learn if you watch, you know, videos about those kind of subjects instead of watching a video about the latest YouTube drama or the latest what the fuck is it? What is the latest drama going? Oh, the Illuminati drama or the Mormon fucking mom that just got fucking jailed or got caught because she was treating her kids badly and stuff like that. You know, instead of watching that, then go watch something like I just said about what is the correlation between creativity and intelligence. And you can watch an hour about that and get a lot of fucking great information. And now you have something you can use for the rest of your life. And then you go watch a fucking 5-minute or 10-minute videos about the latest fucking drama out there in the world. But the thing is, it's boring. You know, it don't kicks all your endorphins off. Drama does, sadly enough. That's why Drama Alert is so popular. Like, Keemstar is a fucking brilliant guy. He is talking to the biggest majority of people that just want fast food. Why do you think fast food chains are so fucking popular? People just want fast food. It's delicious, it's fast. You know, it ticks all the boxes. It's just unhealthy for you. You know? Like, I like drama. Like, I love drama. I'm not going to lie here. But I don't consume it that much. But I do... I take also laziness. Like, I can't remember, was it last or the weekend before? I had like my whole weekend was just watching Netflix and drama on YouTube. But then I don't do it for 6 months or something like that. I had my fill. I'm like, yeah, I got, my drama. That's why I know about this with, is it 8 Passengers or what the fuck is called with that Mormon girl? That's why I know about those kind of things, because I was like, what is the latest drama? I need some fucking drama in my life. I don't want to think. I don't want to do. I just need drama for a weekend. Like, eat a lot of fucking chips, pizza, and drama, and YouTube, or not YouTube, but Netflix. So I did that for 2 days. I'm like, yeah, I better, better start to become an adult now. Like, I need to do something worthwhile with my brain. Like my biggest, and I know a lot of people say that I'm already failing there, but my biggest fear in life is to become stupid. Like, massively stupid. Like, I am stupid, but becoming massively stupid. That's my biggest fear in life. Because I feel that everyone can be not stupid if they apply themselves. So if I become stupid, that's a sign of me not taking my life seriously, or not taking my brain seriously. That's one of my biggest fears, alongside with losing who I am, like dementia and stuff like that. I would hate that shit. But every time someone makes me feel stupid, I'm like, fuck, am I losing it here, man? Am I the stupidest person on earth? I hate it when people make me feel stupid. And I go and research it, and I go, like, if someone makes me feel stupid, I can spend days figuring out how they make me feel stupid so that don't happen again. Are they right? If they're right, why are they right? What did I miss? And all that fucking shit. Not that I need to be right all the time, but just not feel stupid. There's a difference between feeling stupid and like, we can't know everything, okay? Nobody can know everything. But that's not being stupid. That's just the facts that we can't know everything. But stupid is doing and saying stupid shit all the fucking time. And if I catch myself in a period where I do and say a lot of stupid things all the time, I'm like, fuck. Am I losing this fucking marble here? am I like, I know nothing about what the fuck he's doing, but I can kind of put myself into his place and say, yeah, that makes sense. And I don't know why it makes sense, but yeah, I'm learning some shit here, Even though I can't hear what he's saying because I took the sound off. But yeah, that's one of my... Maybe that's also why I'm so intolerant for stupid people, because I'm so afraid of becoming like they are. Like them, basically. That's maybe why I'm so aggressive towards stupid people, because I'm like, I don't want to end up like you, and I know you can do better. I know you can do better. When I see a stupid person, I'm like, why are you this stupid? I know you can do better. Everyone can do better. Why are you not doing better? If they then have like a medical reason for it, then, okay, I get it, That makes sense. But most fucking people, they just have to apply themselves a little bit. Just fucking apply yourself a little bit. The worst thing, and when I hear someone just regurgitating what someone else has said, again, I go back to the lytics world here, because that's really apparent in there. I'm like, can you not see that you're just a fucking moppet? Like, you're just a fucking drone? You're saying exactly what they want you to say. And hey, why it makes me so angry is because I used to be exactly like that fucking person. And that's why I know what the fuck is going on. You are doing exactly what they want you to do. You are their warrior. You are their drone. You are being sent out there to spread the word and the narrative. And if you get run over, they don't give a fuck. They just want more of you running out there, saying the same words for words over and over and over again to everyone in the world. And if you end up in some weird ass situation or something like that, nobody gives a fuck. There are so many YouTubers or past YouTubers that have been promoting Linux so fucking much. And while they were promoting Linux, everyone loved them. For some reason or another, the day they stopped, nobody gave a fuck. Maybe they want to do other content, maybe they just had the time and stuff like that. Nobody was like, oh, are you well? Well, when I say nobody, the majority of people just went away. It was not like, oh, I miss your Linux content, or oh, are you doing well and what's happening? Most people just went away. Because now you're not spreading the word of Linux anymore, so therefore you're not worth our time. Linux, when I say Linux, I mean open source and free software and all of that inclusive also, of course. They don't care about you. You know, they don't fucking care about... Like, I know as a YouTuber, I should sit here and say, oh, I love my viewers, you are all fucking amazing, you're the most important thing. This thing is, you guys and girls don't give a fuck about me. Like, you don't. If there comes out someone better, smarter, and better looking than me, which everyone is, by the way, you just go over to them. That's how this works. This is how this works. You can't love someone you don't know, so that's, you know, that sounds stalkerish, by the way. But that's how this works. There are only people here as long as I can keep people here for some reason or another. Either angry them, make them think, have a talk with them. But until they find something better, they will stay on here till they find something better. That's how this medium works. That's how streaming works. That's how television works. That's how TV series work. That's how any entertainment industry works. Until something better comes along, they will stay there. Define love. Depends on what kind of love you're talking about, because if it's a love towards a thing or person, it's two different things. If it's love defined or in the name of liking a situation or something like that, it's a different thing. You know, you can love food, you know, a specific type of food, but that's not the same love as loving a person or a dog. Loving a dog and your kids is not the same as loving your spouse. But in the end, it's just having a more than above average fondness of something, basically. That fits in with everything of those kind of categories. You know, you love your spouse more than you like other people. And you like your kids more than you like other people. You know, so that's why you can use love. But it's a really weird word. You know, no, love don't have to be an experience. No, you can define love. Yeah, we have many words for love. Well, do we? We have like adore, love. Like we have the word love. It's just called something else. We also have something like I think we have 3 or 4 different words in Danish. 3 or 4 different words. But you also, you know, yeah, that's like and happy. Happy today, like you, and love you. Happy is not love. That's a state of mind, which love can also be. But you can also use love as a definition towards something you want more than another thing. So, I have a carrot cookie, or I have like a cherry pie, and you'll be, oh, I will love the cherry pie. That means that you really, really like the cherry pie. You know? Language is a weird thing. So I've been watching a lot of court cases lately, the last month, and it's a little bit sad because I speak really little German, but I understand more German than I speak. If that makes sense. But to go back to the court case things, it's like you rarely see an intelligent person making petty crimes. Like, if someone is really smart, or they seem to have that, their brain put well together, they go for the big shit. They don't go into Walmart and steal a Mountain Dew and a pack of condoms and run out. Like the more than like that, unless they are affected by drugs or alcohol. But for the most part, the people that have like the petty shit are people where you can see that they that head is like there's missing something up there. It's not. I would love to see, and there probably are like a study where the correlation between people's perceived intelligence and the crimes that they commit. Because it is like just the way they talk, they can't put together a fucking proper sentence, and it's their native language they're talking in. It's the same with the the sovereign citizens. When you hear them speak, they sound fucking stupid. And they are like the Linux people of the crime world or the law world. They think they are smarter than everyone else when they really are not. Because they think they understand the law and nobody else does, but it's actually them not understanding the law. So they are running by a law and code of conduct that only applies to them because they don't understand the law. Just like a lot of Linux users that run Linux because they don't understand Windows, basically. And it's yeah. Darren, when I watch those fucking hearings and court cases, I'm like, you have been driving drunk for 10 years now, and you have been hitting people, animals, and you still have a driver license? Okay. Oh, you just stabbed your fucking boyfriend in the face and you're getting out on parole. Okay. I got it. Oh, you've been on meth for 10, 20 years and stabbing people, stealing, and you're still just running around with almost no consequence. Yeah, I get it. Like, also, the cops, they are so fucking neutered. Like, I feel so fucking sorry for the cops out there in the States. I really Don't get me wrong, there are some batshit crazy ass bad cops. Every country have bad cops, don't get me wrong. Oh, I've seen some videos for Spokane, Washington. Yeah. Like, I've seen a cop spend an hour just to get a fucking driver license from a lunatic. And I'm like, after the third time, he or she should be allowed to smash that window in, drag them out, and throw them into fucking jail. Because I understand why Americans look at cops the way they do. Because cops have no authority whatsoever. Spokane. What did I say? Spokane? Kane? I'm so bad with names in general. Like, my mom used to watch, when she was alive, she watched a lot of German cop documentaries, semi-documentaries. And those fucking German cops, man. It's like, they ask you 2 times or something like that, then your ass is on the ground or you get tased or something. It's like, they don't fuck around, man. Like, it's like, either you comply or we can take this, at jail. But yeah. The states, like Arkansas, seems to have really strict, like, the cops there really do something. Oh, God, really? Yeah, craziness, man. Well, cops are nice in Denmark also until you fuck up. If you're nice to them and you comply, they are nice to you. But I've seen, like, again, I know that's not all people that are like that in the States, but some of the people, the way they treat cops when they get pulled over, they are borderline abusing them. And the cops just stand there and take it. I start to kind of understand why there's that high of a fucking mental issue with cops in the States. Because their job is to basically just take abuse day after day after day after day. And if they just do something that can be seen a little bit too harsh, or if they are raising their voice a little bit too much towards the wrong person, they can lose their job, end in jail, get a lot of fucking permanent record citations and what have you not for doing their fucking job. Again, don't kill people and stand on their fucking backs and jump on them and shit like that. But go watch some fucking German cops do their work, man. Damn. They're like the fuck's giving, man. Yeah, it all ends at the people or at the top. I couldn't agree more. I've been stopped by the cops a lot of times. I mean, I say a lot of times, drunk, out partying and stuff like that. I got stopped by the cops going down our in the center of the city with, was it 2 girls in a shopping cart, and they were like running over the streets like, oh, what the fuck are you doing? Get them out of here and blah blah blah, and I've been stopped because I was walking drunk on the sidewalk, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you okay? There's just been a burglary. Have you been, I've been stopped cycling drunk and on a bicycle and drunk and stuff. I've been dealing with the cops when I was drunk, not for doing anything, but checking up on me. And some of them were nice to talk to, and we could have a laugh. And other ones like, oh, you can't do that. You can't stand here and pee in the middle of the street. And oh my God, we should really give you a ticket. And you're bad. Yeah. Just I'm drunk. Okay, just yeah, I get it. I should not be swinging my tiny penis around in the middle of the street at like 5 a.m. in the morning. I get that. I'm sorry. Yeah. Of course, it depends on the cop, but that's my so here's the thing. Someone told me on here one day that all cops are jerks. I'm like, yeah, of course they are jerks. When are you interacting with a cop? It's mostly because you have done something you should not be doing. So yeah, of course you think cops are jerks, because they are holding you accountable. Like, cops are someone we only basically interact with when bad shit happens, either to us or we are doing bad shit. Like, you don't see the cops come, hey, have a nice day, fucking nice to see you, let's have a cup of coffee and talk about your day. That's not what cops do, They come to you if someone has done some bad shit to you or you're doing something you should not be doing. Both cases are not optimal, interaction. Yeah, Texas, they also don't give a fuck. I love Texas. I fucking love Texas. I would love to live in Texas. Yeah, social media harassing cops. Yeah. But I'm like, yeah, of course you think cops are fucking stupid and Because you're only really talking to them when either you've done something. Most people talk to cops when they've done something bad. You know. But you also talk to them if something bad has happened to you. Yeah. I love that. I love Texas. Texas, I don't know what it is about Texas. I just love the mentality. Texas and Colorado. Colorado is a little bit more like chilled, but I do love the Texas minds. It's like I don't like the whole religious part of Texas. Texas is heavily religious. That's not something I'm that subscribed that much to. But hey, I don't give a fuck. As long as they're not hurting me, I don't give a fuck, or anyone else. But I just like that no bullshit mentality in Texas. And they more or less let you do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're following the rules of the land. You know? Do as the law tells you to do, follow the rules of the lands, and we are basically just leaving you alone. But if you fuck up, you take responsibility for it. You know? You fucked up. Admit it, take your responsibility, and let's deal with it. I love that mindset. Instead of all, like, people from, like, what is it, Portland and California, where they're trying to weasel their way out of taking responsibility, and the government and the law is just allowing them to. It's like, fuck, man. Just fucking be an adult, man. I love heat. As long as it's not human heat like it is in Denmark, I'm okay with heat. I even like human heat, but dry heat is way better. I hate snow. Oh, fuck. Like, I'm so glad that we have, that global warming is a thing, because we don't get so much snow in Denmark, but I hate snow. I want snow at Christmas. A couple of days before Christmas, a couple of days after Christmas. Give me all the snow in the world. And then, like, the 27th or something like that, I want tropic weather. You know, fuck the snow. Get rid of it. I want palm trees. I want sun. I want cold beers. Fuck that snow. That's why I love Norway. I've been to Norway. I love the mountains, the nature of Norway. Just not in the winter. Like, snow in Norway, no. But Norway is beautiful in the summertime. Fucking beautiful. With the mountains and the rivers and waterfalls and the wildlife. I love it. It's like taking out of a fucking movie. But then when the snow comes, then fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck that shit. Yeah. That's true. Not a lot of people know how to drive in the snow. It's the same here in Denmark. We haven't had a lot of snow the last 10 years, so when we get snow here, it's like, yeah, a lot of people, they don't know what the fuck they're doing, sadly enough. I took my driver license in the snow, so I learned to drive in the snow. So for me, snow is a little bit like second nature, but I still don't like. It's fun to drive in, though. It's fucking fun to drive in, but I would love to move to, like, Colorado, the Carolinas, maybe Tennessee, maybe mostly Texas, but maybe also, I don't know about Florida. But there is something about Florida, like the people in Florida, they are bad shit. I don't know what the... Hey, Nerdbug, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Florida. But it's like a beacon for craziness. I just don't get it. What the fuck it is. Like, are they spiking the water or something in Florida? What the fuck is going on? Is everyone peeing in the fucking collective valve? What is it? It can't be the heat and stuff, because there's so many other places in the States that have a lot of heat. That there is something in Florida that makes people batshit crazy. And it's a beautiful place. Like, I would love to live in Miami and stuff like Tampa. It's beautiful down there. But fuck, the people are crazy, man. Like, fuck, they're crazy. Oh shit, really? Is it that polluted? That maybe that's why they're fucking crazy down there. Or maybe like I also would love to be like in the swamps in Louisiana or something like that. You know, just experience that for like with one of those airboats and stuff, like going really hillbilly for like a year or something like that. Oh, so really? They put so many fucking things. Oh, well, that could explain why they're so that bad shit crazy. I would love to just go full-blown hillbilly for like 6 months or something like that. You know, go out there and fuck all my cousins and, you know, maybe fuck a pig and a cow. Or maybe not, but you get what I'm saying here. Like, just like moonshine all day and airboats all day and shooting up in the air and just go gator hunting. I would love to try that, man. I don't know why I like the whole farming aspect of America. I'm not that big into the city life of America. That's why I love like Colorado and Texas, because they like country and everything about the, you know, country living and stuff that's really big there. You know, hiking, mountaineering, animals, farming, and all of those kind of things are really big in those two states. So I don't mind cities because of all of the things they give us, the conveniences and stuff like that, but I don't like living in the middle of the city and stuff like that. Right now, I do live in the outskirts of the city, and if I should move to the States, I would be living like in like a suburb, like in the outskirts of a suburb or something like that. Yeah, I do like the countryside a lot, yeah. But I don't want to be like 10 hours away from society either. Like 30 minutes drive away from society would be okay with me. But I wouldn't mind having like a little house on the country with like a built-in workout room, like a computer room and all of that fucking shit. Have a car, and I always wanted to move to the States, to be honest. Nowadays, I'm more of like Malaysia have been really, really drawing me in lately. Malaysia and maybe Japan, but mostly Malaysia. Vietnam also been a little bit of a draw point. But I used to always wanted to move to either Colorado, Texas, mostly Texas, but Texas, Colorado, those kind of areas there. Yeah, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I know that the internet in the States are fucked up. That's one of the reasons why I'm like, at least in Malaysia and Vietnam and stuff like that, they actually have really good internet there and cheap. But you guys got fucked with the way that your governments and local politicians are handling the whole infrastructure of the internet and stuff like that. It's massively corrupted. Like I know someone that lives in Arizona and stuff like that. I used to game a lot with. The town they lived in, they have like one or two supply, and they were both sucking ass and massively expensive. Holy fuck! I have 320 down and 50 up megabytes per second up. But I only pay like, I pay under $100 every 3 months. I pay like $70 every 3 months for the internet. It's good enough for me. Like, I honestly, they asked me if I wanted to upgrade I have the lowest, Ethernet connection you can get. And I'm like, the only thing I want more of is higher uploads. I would love to have higher uploads, but they can't give me that. 300 megabytes per second down is okay for me, to be honest. You know, it's okay for me. I wouldn't mind a gigabit down and up, but I can live with what I have right now. It's not that big of a deal for me. The upload is where I really want a higher upload, but I can't get higher uploads than I have right now. But like I said, I pay like $80 every 3 months. So what you pay for 1 month, I pay probably for 4 months or something like that. So internet here is quite cheap. Yeah, so here's the thing. If I move like not even a mile, but if I move like 1K closer to town, I can get fiber. And there is fiber to my apartment complex, but the apartment complex don't want to pay for fiber into the house or into the apartments, because a lot of apartment complexes nowadays still don't think that internet is that important. They still have like the 90s mindset of the internet, because the government has paid for fiber to the boxes, but the apartment complexes have to pay for the box to the complex. If you had a house, they will, like, if you owned a house, they will put it in for you up to the house. They will pay, you didn't have to pay much for that shit. But because I live in an apartment complex, they have to pay for it. Some weird ass rule for that, I don't know why. But yeah, if I move like 15 minutes closer to town, I can get fiber. Yeah, 40. Yeah, that's fucking 40 down and 10 up. Yeah, that's fucking expensive. Yeah, my apartment complex is like, I'm not joking. If I could go up to the roof, I could throw a stone to the nearest junction box, and then 200 meters away is a big, massive junction box where all the routing is happening and stuff like that. There's like a big box that's standing basically on the side of the road, like a big container box that handles most of the, the routing and stuff like that to my area. And that's like 100 meters to, or maybe half a K away. It's 300 meters away, maybe. So it's that fucking close. They just don't want to pay for it. It's... Oof. Yeah, I do watch him once in a while, yeah. Old tech bloke. I used to watch him quite a while, yeah. And the other thing is that the net that I have is highly unstable. It just randomly fucking drops because there's something wrong with the box and they know it. They just don't want to do anything about it because they want to move over to fiber. It's like... Our old tech bloke is not that bad. He's not that bad. Who the fuck is the other guy? Oh, what? Wow. I knew he stopped to do his channel because he wanted to focus more on work or what the... Oh, fuck cancer, man. That fucking shit. I kind of liked him, man. Oh, that was probably why he's... Yeah, because about a year ago, he stopped doing that many videos. Yeah, I liked him. Fucking hell, man. I fucking hope, man. I do hope I hope that something happens after we die. I don't know what, but I fucking hope that there's more to life than this shit. Yeah, my mom died at 64. It's like the 60s is where a lot of people start to get a lot of sickness, I noticed. That's where, like, if you don't take care of yourself, that's kind of where things start to really creep up on you. But yeah, I fucking hope that but there probably are not. I don't know, like, I don't believe in God either, because if you can't definitively prove he's there, I don't believe in him, you know. Like, I might as well just believe in the Loch Ness monster, or a fairy that comes and fucking jerk me off every night, or so. I don't know. But I fucking, like, I do like the idea of this being a simulation. And this is just a test that we all do to then become better in when we get out of the simulation. But then again, why the fuck do we have, like, child molesters and stuff like that? What kind of fucking, you know, why would someone being in a simulation to be a fucking child molester or a wife beater? It's like, what the fuck is going on here? You know? Old school tech stuff, I don't know who that is, no. You know, that's why I don't really believe in that whole simulation theory. Unless there is NPCs, you know. Some people in here is just an NPC. But then, if there is people here that's an NPC, how can I say if I'm an NPC or not? Then I might as well just be an NPC. Or you could be an NPC. And not knowing it. Do we have to then die, and what happens then? You know, like, I love the idea of the simulation theory, but I don't think it's a good point. Because who the fuck is going into simulation to become a bad person? What do you, like, you probably, yeah, you could probably learn a lot from being a fucking rape, you know. I don't know how much I can say this without getting demon, but you get, like, being a really, really bad, like, what did Hitler learn? You know, if he was in a simulation, like, the person that was Hitler in the simulation, like, you know, yeah, I killed 5 million people. Yeah, maybe I should not do that. You know, like, I just don't get it. Was he an NPC? I don't get it. You know, like, why make an NPC like that? That's the same reason with God. Like, why would God make someone that bad? It makes no fucking sense. And that's why, in the end, I think everything is just a random piece of fucking shit. And nothing really matters when it comes to it. We are here, and the multiverse world or multiverse is mathematically proven. It is just to what degree it exists. You know, like, is there an alternative you? Is there a you that is a Hitler? Are you a Hitler person in another universe? To what degree does the multiverses exist? That's where I'm a little bit like, we don't really understand enough to say that, you know, there's replicas of us running around. And every decision that could be made, you have already made in all the universes and stuff like that. That's also where I'm a little bit like, that may be stretching it a little bit, because then you have to live with the reality that you have done some heinous fucking shit in other universes. If that's the case, if every decision that could be taken have been taken by you in other universes, that means bad decisions also. There will be a version of me right now running around masturbating in the middle of the street, if that's the case. And again, I'm like, this whole, like, what do we mean by multiverses? Is it a replica, or what is it? We like, it's a bridge we cross when we get there, if we ever get there. The same with time travel. We cross that bridge if we ever get there or close to it, because it's. There's another thing to think about. What if all of this is just a dream, and you're just, in reality, you're just like maybe an atom or a proton, or you are a tree or a plant in some weird ass place, and all of this is just happening to that planet in its imagination or something like that. But it seems real to you and me. But we are just like, what if we are just like an atom or proton within a cell, within, like, in you, like that, if you go the Scientology way, all of those fucking spacemen on your skin and stuff. What if this is what's happening inside a proton? This whole thing here. The thing with the universe being, going on forever, I don't believe that either. Everything has to have an end at some point. It's just so big that it's unfathomable, and it could also be expanding to an unfathomable. Or did some people say it's not expanding, but what is the other word? Not extracting. What the fuck is it? Collapsing towards. It's going inwards again, and basically doing another Big Bang kind of thing. But I do think that there is a stop, or it morphs into being something else. Like the universe starts to become something else, or it's part of something bigger. I don't think anything is unlimited or non-stopping. I don't believe that. I think when we come to some point, it will become something else, or morph into something else, or something will happen. Because if something is going on forever, then should not people, but that means that there are things that can live forever, like proton and electrons and stuff like that. I don't know if they live forever, but, everything has a cycle. Everything that we have observed in life and in science have a cycle of existing or not existing. So that means it can't be forever. It can't never not stop at some point. We just can't fathom how big the universe is, so we're just saying it's forever. Just like people could not fathom that the Earth was round and we would be falling over the end of the horizon, And for people back then, they did believe the Earth was flat, because they didn't have the means to go further. When they were looking out of the ocean, there was nothing behind the ocean, Yeah, but then that's a cycle in of itself. You're changing it. Change is a cycle. It's not the same anymore. Like when you die, do you really die? Because you die, you be put into Earth, you get like all of these different creatures and critters, and all of these things starts to feed off you, and you turns into food, nutrition. You change your structure, you change to become something else. Dirt, food, maybe a tree will grow out where you are. So you're just changing state, basically. So it could be from a conscious state to a non-conscious state, but you are changing state. Exactly, that's what I just said, yeah. So the universe have to do the same, in my opinion. Something has to happen at some point. It's Everything is just a cycle when you think about it. But why the fuck do we have conscience then? Because we reached the point where the human conscience don't make sense for survival anymore. We are well suited to survive long before we started to use computers and all that fucking shit. We were well suited to survive. We survived. We didn't get extinct. And the fun thing is, humans have not really expanded their lifespan for many, many, many decades. Yeah, quite a lot. I followed him for... Oh my god. Not long before he got popular, I started to see some of his lectures and stuff like that. But that's many, many years ago. Now he's becoming a little bit too political for me. Yeah, he's a fucking brilliant guy. Like I said, I like his psychology and stuff like that, but when he starts to talk politics and all of that shit, I'm like, I have better things to do. I do get what he's standing for and fighting against and all. Like, I'm 100,000% with him. Beside his religious stuff, but I understand what he is doing. It's just not an interest of me, the whole politics side of it. But he's one of those people that is being misinterpreted, misused, misrepresented, and all of those bad things just for the sake of beating a man down you don't agree with. Like, everything that happens to him is a personification, I think is the right word, of everything bad going on with society right now. Because they do everything to kick that fucking man down, instead of just disagreeing with him. Like, he needs to, like, when he got sick and he got addicted to psych meds, people were cheering for him to fucking die. You like, come on, man. Just because you don't want to use your pronouns, you know, it's. But like, what happens to him? Honestly, I think that's the way society. Like, we wake up one day. And I hope I'm dead before that happened, but probably not. And you have to log on to a government website. And here's the things you can do today, the words you can say today, what you're allowed to do. And if you don't do that, you'll end up in jail. You know, you would be censored up your fucking asshole. You can't do anything. You go to work, you do your thing, you go home, you consume the right content. And you can't even make content anymore. You have to be approved to make content. Because you have to say the right things, so you don't offend anyone. Everything is being scripted and manipulated, so you're just becoming a drone. You wake up, you check the website, you say the right things, you go to work and do your thing, you get home, you eat, you do your family stuff, and you go to sleep, and, you know, cycle repeats itself. Nope, nobody can read no common sense and facts, exactly. Oh, he has a... Yeah, that's fucking stupid. You know, you want to hear something stupid? So, on YouTube, if I do something that the community deem not being acceptable on YouTube, you can get a strike. And if you get enough of those, I can't remember how many it is, it's more than 3. But if you get enough of those community strikes, your channel gets taken down. It used to be, like, if you got a community strike, it would be on your channel forever. Forever. On one of my channels, I have a community strike, guideline strike, because I made fun of e-girls on Twitch sitting and basically showing their camel toes and stuff like that. And enough people from the YouTube community deemed that to be sexual harassment or something in that nature, so I had to take it down. But I still have that strike on my channel. It's not unless I get, I think it's like 3 or 4, as it can start to have some consequences. You know what YouTube is starting to implement now. So you can get those community strikes, guideline strikes removed if you take a course that explains to you what you have done wrong and reviewing the community guidelines. And if you are deemed to have understood it, within 3 months they will remove that strike. So let's say I get a community strike for profanity. I have to take a course about YouTube and profanity and prove that I have learned and listened my lesson for it to get removed. Welcome to YouTube as a content creator. That's how crazy YouTube have becoming. Well, I am a big deal. I'm bigger than you. No, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. That's not the problem. It's just, when you think about it, it's what's happening to some degree with Jordan Peterson right now. He has to self-audit. He has to go into a re-educational system, basically. And that's what YouTube kind of doing with this one here, is that they're re-educating you. In quotes. They're reconditioning you. You did something we don't like. Let's re-brainwash you to do something we like. It's another way of censor you, basically. You know what? You can get a time. Stop fucking listening to your bullshit. There you go. I don't know if it's brainwashing. I think it's more like it's negative reinforcement to make people behave the way they want on YouTube. I would call it behavioral altercation techniques or something like. I don't know what the right word is. You know, they're trying to kind of be like, we really don't want you to fuck up. But if you fuck up, let us explain to you what you did wrong. Tell us what you did wrong. Acknowledge that you did a wrong thing and you're never going to do it again, and we will give you a carrot and take that away. The video I did nothing wrong. I was laughing at people spreading their legs for teenagers on Twitch. And just making a joke, laughing at them and be like, yeah, now she's running around with her fucking ass up in the air and showing her booty to all her fucking teenagers in stream. And, oh, that's a camel toe on the size of a fucking watermelon there. That was deemed inappropriate by the community. What? I just popped. Or pooped. I hope it was a good poop. I thought you said pop. I was, what the fuck did you pop with? No. I never had problems with my Google account. Never. I had the same Google account. Fuck it, for over 10 years now. 15 years or more. I never had problem with my Google. This Google account I have here I think it's over 10 years old. And I have Google accounts that's even older than that. I had them deactivated because I have some deactivated because I didn't use them anymore. So inactivity, I had like 1 or 2 get closed down because of inactivity, but I haven't used them in like 5 or 6 years. So I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, deactivate those suckers. The one associated with my Facebook is as old as my Facebook, and it used to be my primary email address. Maybe I should go back and use that as my primary email address for personal stuff. And I have had like 2007 or 8. Like I was like a really early adapter of Facebook. But yeah, I never had any problems with Gmail or Google account whatsoever. I had that one community strike on my other channel. And that's it. That's the only issue I ever had with any Google things, was that community strike. And the community strike is not a Google strike, it's the community. You know, it's someone has to go in and report my video. What's on Facebook? It's the same bullshit as always. Like it's the same. That's the issue with Facebook, is that it has not really changed over the years. It's this. I use it. My job has a private Facebook group where you see all of the activities and stuff like that going on. My job is really heavy. Like Danish people use Facebook quite a lot. It's still kind of big here in Denmark. I check it once or twice a day just because of work, and that's how my family members keep in touch. Most people here in Denmark use Facebook as a family contact platform. You know, so I check it in the morning and probably here at night before I go to bed. I check Facebook. And then mostly just to see what either the workplace have to say or what my family members have to say, and that's it. But it's kind of the same. It's the same since 2015. Yeah, Messenger is not that well. But anyway, people, I need to go get some food in my belly, so I have to stop now. See you all later. Have fun. Have a good day and all of that jizzle jazzle. I don't know. I'm trying to make some more live streams, but I've been fucking busy the last month or so with work and what have you not. And Tinker, just type to me in Discord if you want to see some more work-related shit. But yeah, have fun. Take care, everyone.